All right, everybody, a very good morning once again from the flight deck. It's Captain Nabs here with you once again for another live stream here on Twitch for a Pilot's Life Chapter 2, and this is Season 11. That's a lot of numbers I keep throwing out there. It's been going for a while, so it's become quite episodic. It's become a little bit of a mouthful to talk about, but to dumb it down today into its most basic stuff, we are going to fly a JetBlue A320 out across the Atlantic Ocean and down to where are we going today? We're going to San Juan in Puerto Rico. So here's my Pilot's Life career that we're looking at today. So this is what we're up against, and I'm just trying to get it going quickly because it is going to be a bit of a long slide. It's let's see here. It's 1,400 miles, I believe, somewhere on here. I think it has the distance. No, does it not have the distance anywhere here? Yes, there it is. 1459 miles. So it's a long flight. It's well over 4-hour flight. So I do want to get this thing started. I think it's going to be it's not going to be terribly interesting because there's just a lot of ocean crossing. But we will talk about all sorts of stuff, including the ocean crossing, as we get around to it. But that's what we're up against today. Is we're just leaving Boston here. You'll notice here that I'm also parked at a kind of a new spot in Boston. So just this last week, and it's kind of fortunate that we're here, that I'm doing the stream, but just this last week, FlyTampa released an update, I believe it's version 1.6, to their Boston scenery for MSFS, and it includes what you see here. So this is not kind of a place where JetBlue would kind of normally operate out of, as this is the international terminal. This is Terminal E. However, I decided I just wanted to operate here just to show you guys this terminal, and I'm just going to drone this thing around here a little bit. So this is what this is brand new. This terminal right here. This is called the this is the extension of Terminal E. This is the old Terminal E over here, and this is the brand new extension that increases the amount of passenger waiting areas in this terminal. It increases the amount of gate space, especially for large, heavy aircraft. The A320 almost looks comically small at this gate here. And it's known as the lipstick terminal just because of the shade of red, and apparently if you do kind of view it from kind of a satellite view, it does begin to look like a pair of lips, which you can start to see it there. But yeah, this is a brand new terminal. It just recently opened, and thanks to FlyTampa's recent update, it is now available here in the Boston Logan Airport. So I just thought I would depart from this gate just to show you this. I don't think we're coming back to Boston again this season, so I thought it might be nice to show you guys just how nice this terminal looks. And FlyTampa has, as always, done a very good job of it. There is some notable transparency to it. First of all, the colors are just striking. It's a beautiful looking terminal, but then there is some feeling of transparency to it. It's not like very highly detailed. If you go inside, you can actually interior work in progress. Haha. Don't go too far inside. But from the outside, it looks very good. It's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's very obvious. It's very brightly colored. It's very different from kind of anything that kind of came before it here, and even from the outside here, you kind of got this nice kind of almost this UFO look on the outside here with the windows from this side of the terminal. It's not quite as nice from the land side as the air side, but it is nevertheless a nice addition to Boston, and I think it does add some much needed gate space to this international terminal. I think this basically doubles the amount of real estate available in the international terminal here in Boston. So it's a beautiful looking building. It really is, and FlyTampa looks like they've done a very nice job with it overall. It looks like it might still need another couple of updates, another little bit of work in progress, but I'm glad that they've released it and sort of kept up with this. It's tough to keep up with the airports. They're constantly changing. They're very dynamic environments. There's almost always construction happening, updates, changes to the terminal, changes to the airside facilities and everything. And you know, for developers to follow through and continue to update scenery as it changes is welcome. It's not something I necessarily always expect because it is a lot to keep up with all the changes. And where do you stop and cut the cut the line? And as you guys can hear, we do have some ATC this morning, so that's another reason to get going before this guy has a reason to log off. Let's get going and let's get out of Boston with this ATC. So let's hop in the flight deck and get this show on the road. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and let's do this thing here. Alright, so we've hopped in the airplane. We're going to simulate that it's not the first flight of the day. Some other crew brought this airplane in, so they left it with the ground power on, which is often how you'll find the Airbus left throughout the day. It's batteries off, APU off, but the ground power can stay on. If the ground power drops off, the power falls off in the airplane and nothing bad happens. Some airplanes really don't like it when the ground power is running without the batteries, but the Airbus is fine with it. So, in which case, when we hop in, all we got to do is just check out the battery voltages, just make sure that they are acceptable, which 27 and 27 is good. And we can go ahead and pop those batteries on. And the other thing you need to do as soon as you sit down in the flight deck of a 320 is pop on all 3 IRSs to nav. That way they can start the alignment process. It takes 7 to 10 minutes. It takes a little while, so it's important to get that process going as quickly as possible. The other things we're going to do today as well, of course, to get going is we're going to need fuel. And yes, JetBlue Airways, please.
Truck is on its way.
We need to load the flight plan into our tablet because otherwise
Please
it's
don't
not
load aircraft
going to know
until
how
the
much to
fuel
fuel.
truck arrives and ask to do it.
So we're going to load this up here, so we just have to tap it, and it automatically loads our SimBrief flight plan, and there we are, KBOS-TJSJ. It already thinks we're late because I actually made the flight plan like about 45 minutes ago, and it I didn't bother changing the time on it, so it defaulted to the time that defaulted to. All right, the other thing we're going to do here is initialize this aircraft here. So I just need to give me 1 second here. I just need to adjust kind of where my... There, I think that's a little better. No, maybe not. I just need to adjust where my track IR is pointing. So give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna...
Fuel truck is in position.
Just a second.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Not that one. This one. That's the one I'm looking for. Jeez. It's like an amateur hour here. Alright, hold on. Because my track IR every time Microsoft starts up goes away a little bit. So I just want to see where I am here. And just try and find like the ideal position where you can kind of see... Alright, perfect. So there we go. So we've got, yeah, we got some ATC online. Let's get out of here before we lose them. Alright, so the first thing we got to do is just check the aircraft status. Swap the databases if you haven't already done so. This clears everything out of the FMS's memory. Anytime you swap a database, change a database, everything that's in the memory that might be in the memory from the previous flight gets deleted. And then we just got to start off with our flight. So KBOS.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired
just
fuel
a second,
quantity.
I got to also align these. TJSJ. Throw in the flight number of JetBlue, and it's 861 today. And then go to the IRS init page. Just make sure that this matches what you've actually got for Boston here. So, and for that we can go to our flight plan really quickly and grab it here. Alright, so here's our flight plan.
Your airplane fuel system to set the desired
First
fuel
fix
quantity.
here should be the Boston airport, and we should be able to look at those coordinates. 4221.8 north by 7100.4 west. 4221.8 north by 7100.4 west. We can align on that reference point. And away we go. Alright, the other thing we'll do right now, as she really alluded to there, was let's start fueling. So mass and balance, load aircraft. You can't choose to load the aircraft fuel separately, so that's fine. And let's start setting up.
Roger.
Alright, today we have Matthias. Matthias is our FO today, and he's going to start setting us up here. So we're going to get set up for the walk around here. We're going to make sure that the nav lights are on. Parking brake is set. We're going to check our fluid levels as well here. So the 3 fluids we need to check in the aircraft before we go flying. Oxygen, 1800 psi is great. That's plenty. Engine oil, we need 9.5 plus a half quart for every hour of flying. So we've got 20 quarts. We could go for like 10 hours at this rate. And hydraulic fluid, make sure it's in the optimal little green arc at the top here. And you've got sufficient fluid for the flight. With that, we can go out and hop out and do the walk around. While the FO's doing the walk around, we could do things like test our oxygen and anything else that might need to be tested. Once you test the oxygen, make sure that the pressure does not drop excessively here, or it might indicate a stuck valve. And I just need to turn this guy down here because it's coming out quite loud for me. I think it's... And is this actually on the headset? That's the other question. Let me just look. You know what? It's not on the headset. That's why. Or it is on the headset. Ah, that's why I'm hearing stuff and you guys are not hearing stuff. Haha, sorry guys. Did not realize that. That should fix this now. Alright, so now you guys should hear some ATC. There is
for the walk around.
Boston Tower. He's not super busy, but he's busy. He's there. He's doing stuff. But it was going directly to my headset instead of through the streaming software. So, alright, he's going to go to the walk around. While he's doing the walk around, we are aligning the IRSs. And we really can't do a whole lot else until we get the IRSs aligned here. So what we can do is just check the ATIS here. So let's go ahead and request our Boston ATIS for today. Bravo 270, 11 gusting 19, 10 miles, view at 30,000, 18's 142976 on the meter. We can set that while we're waiting for the FO to come back from the walk around. But one thing our company definitely does not like is getting too far into this process. So basically, once we want to go start the overhead panel flow in the programming process, both pilots need to be present for the whole process. So while the walk-around's happening, we don't do any of that. 2976 ILS 22 left, departing 22 right. That's fine. Good. Okay, good. The other thing we can do while we're waiting is we can pull up some takeoff numbers that we are allowed to do because we'll review them again in depth with the other pilot once we get going here. So Boston 22 right for departure. Dry runway, flaps optimal, force toga no, anti-ice off, packs we can do on and see if it'll come back with numbers, sync to the load sheet, sync the live weather, and can I do any kind of failures here?
Walker 741, wind 27011, gust 19, runway
It
22
appears
right,
that I cannot, so this takeoff data is not going to be particularly accurate, but we can do it. But I might have to go and actually use the company's takeoff data because today we have an MEL in our flight plan. And it's a little bit of a fun one, and it's actually happened to me not too long ago, so I thought I'd throw this out here because it does make quite a more of an impact than you would probably almost realize. And the MEL that we had was, let's see here, it's in our flight plan here. I can go to it right here in the mark section. It is MEL number 7830-01, left thrust reverser in op. So we had this one not too long ago on the aircraft. We flew for a couple of legs with a thrust reverser in op, and it's very doable, it's very reasonable, but it does definitely require some extra consideration. So I thought it was an interesting one. I thought I'd throw this out here today for the live stream as a little bit of an additional challenge. Certainly for an ETOPS flight, you may not want to go with a thrust reverser in op, and it's not that the thrust reverser really is that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. It just really impacts your landing distance, but also impacts your takeoff distance. But when you're dealing with ETOPS flights, you're often dealing with a bit of a lack of alternates. You don't get as many alternates as you would like. So, you know, there may only at certain points of the flight be only one airport that is technically within range of your aircraft. So you may, what am I trying to say here? You may, you know, your operation may be impacted if your landing distance is not quite as optimal as it usually is.
JetBlue 521, push approved.
I'm going to pax on. Calculate a flex temp.
Yep,
And from our flight plan here, it looks like our takeoff
change approved, good flight.
weight is 71.1, so I'm going to do 71.6, give it a little margin, and I forgot to tap the MEL before I hit the calculate button because I was so used to hitting it. Anywho, it's making a calculation here, so I forgot to hit the MEL, so I'm going to hit it again in a set. I'm going to hit it now and recalculate it. So MEL thrust reverser in op, because it has a big impact on the takeoff distance, because it really, what it has an impact on is your accelerate stop distance. You're going to need a lot more room to stop again, so it usually will decrease your V1 on the way down, on the way out. So looks like I got some numbers that are workable. However, it is a TOGA takeoff because of the fact we would have to reject the takeoff sooner. We have to get to takeoff speeds sooner.
Target 6 Alpha Charlie, squawk mode Charlie, push approved.
So, it will be a TOGA takeoff today. Alright, good, interesting. Okay, so, IRSs are aligned. We'll wait for the FO to come back. The other thing we can do, of course, is now get the ATSU data. So you're not supposed to get ATSU data until you have ACARS data, until you have the IRSs aligned. Because there's different systems out there, and the aircraft will determine which system to use based on your lat long, and it can change the... It can reduce the reliability of the system if you're using the wrong, if it automatically selects the wrong system because you haven't initialized the lat longs yet. So we got the initialization, it all looked correct, and we're going to initialize the flight plan as well. Still waiting for the FO to come back. Hopefully any second now he'll be back. Alright, and AOC secondary flight plan uplink, so let's just have a quick look at this. Because we are going to go through with the FO again, it's not a big deal to implement this right now. It looks pretty good, going all the way down to TJSJ, so we'll go secondary, and we'll go activate secondary, check takeoff data, AOC secondary flight plan uplink, all that stuff's good. Alright, just waiting for the FO to come back from the walk around so we can start our overhead flow and get everything done here. I'm just going to turn on some other stuff while I'm waiting for him. Key thing is that we're going to go through everything again together, and the company I'm with right now, they're very big on this, on all the fleets, especially the Airbuses. It's go through everything together. Alright. What you doing out there, buddy? Finding stuff wrong with the airplane? While we're waiting for Buddy to come back, we can also just have a quick look at our flight here. So we do have an ETOPS flight today, so we are going to see some ETOPS charts at the end of this. And here is our ETOPS chart for today, and this is really the big crux, is we need TXKF, we need Bermuda to be online. If Bermuda's not online, we are not anywhere.
No issues on the walk around.
Excellent. Alright, are you ready to set up, ready for the start? Prep? So let's just check the weather in TXKF, because that is huge. That is basically our ETOPS alternate for like half the flight. So we need to make sure that, the weather is going to be suitable there. So show me weather. Somewhere here is weather. I can just choose this, I guess. It should have TXKF, critical ETOPS, airports, few at 1600. And the TAF is just, it's sky clear all day, so that's good. Okay, so it's fine as an ETOPS alternate. It looks like the weather should be great all day, so we're not too worried about it. We should also check the NOTAMs as well. NOTAMs, because it's a critical airport. Without that airport, this flight would have to go a long way out of our way to make it work. So TISX, where's TJSJ? Is this TJSJ here? Yes, SJU TJSJ. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for TXKF, just to make sure like there's nothing like the apron's not closed, 777 stuff closed, ICAO code E, runway 30, approach glide path, but it's VFR, so we can take the RNAV approaches. Yes, it's fine. It's important. It's very important for the well-being of our flight.
Box Tower 9R2.
All right, so we are ready to hop upstairs and just do the overhead flow, make sure that all the switches are in the right positions. Everything's in nav, and as I said before, it's a dark flight deck. Almost everything should generally be off during.
22 right, be Alpha November across 15 right.
Set up with a few things. You heard a little beep there. This is one of the few lights we're actually going to turn on, but for the most part, we want lights off during the setup process. That's on normal. Engine fire test, we can say it was already done. It's usually a one flight a day kind of deal. Still refueling, so we can't turn on the fuel pumps yet, so we'll just leave those as they are. That should be manual for the refueling process. And let's go to the electrical page. We want to see the battery check here, so we turn the batteries off. They should go to 0 for a couple seconds and then back on. What you want to see is less than 60 amps within 10 seconds. If less than 60 amps, 77, is rolling into those batteries within 10 seconds, they are sufficiently charged for flight. Fault is fine on the generator. External power is on. The other generator is also faulted right now. Generally, we like to kind of run the cockpit, the cabin temperatures in this sort of order here. You definitely want them usually on the cooler side of things. Pack 2, we can turn that off for fuel savings until we're getting ready for takeoff. Strobe on. Strobe to auto, the nav lights are on. Number 1, everything else is off here. We're going to turn on the APU when we get a little closer to departure. We're not going to turn on the seat belts because we're still refueling. No smoking sign on. Emergency lights on. Nothing on the maintenance panel. PA should be out and at least at the 12 o'clock, if not louder, just for the CVR to pick up cabin PAs. Everything else is all dark as we go through the flight deck. We can do the compass check, but it's not the first flight of the day, so we don't need that as well. Alright, we got the flight directors are on. Constraints, we've got the ARC, and we've got 100 feet set there.
Hi, the security and safety checks are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Boarding
requested.
Go for it.
Okay.
Alright, PFD and ND look good. Brightness is good. No flags. 2976 on the meter.
JetBlue 531, runway 22 right, taxi via November.
2976 is set.
Right,
Alright. And you guys should be hearing all this now, right?
22 right, by November, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left for JetBlue 521.
We'll just say
request taxi.
Alright, refueling's okay, no smoking's okay, brake TCAS standby, company messages all okay. Brakes the anti-skid is on. If I can press this button, you can see that it's 9:19 today. That is correct. Clear that for now. Alright, we've got the tower frequency is up and working here.
Yeah, Roger.
Flags on our radios.
We're just trying to get our bearings here real quick.
Roger, if you
The
continue...
radar should be
which
in
way are
Cal,
you
weather
facing right
turbulence, tilts at about 4.
Yeah, we're facing north,
Brakes are
so we're going to
disarmed.
flip around here to the
Check
south.
the pressurization, just make sure we are in auto mode on the pressurization and status, just see what the status is. Cat 2 is all that's listed right now. We're gonna get the reversers up there once we start the engines. It won't recognize the reversers from our MEL or the one reverser's MEL and locked out until we start the engines here. Alright, we would set the company station number 2. We don't need that. We don't have any flags on number 2 radio. And transponder TARA, we're at number 1 position, standby. And all above, that's fine. Alright, and we can start the, first of all, the flight instrument review. So 1 FD2, 1 FD2, altimeter 2976, 20 feet, 2976, yeah, 20 feet, 2976, 20 feet. And the field elevation, if you looked it up in Boston, I know it's close to sea level anyways. I don't know right off the top of my head what it is. I'm just literally pulling it up on my chart here, on my tablet, which is in front of me. And taxi chart for Boston says 19 feet. How perfect is that? And you know what I realized? That I'm not up here yet. So there you are. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. And
starting.
Just getting there. Where are we here? Okay, so yeah, and then finally cross-check the headings. We got about 222, 222. We don't have DMI. We don't need to check that. 222, 222. So when that's all done, then we can get in the FMS finally. Go back to the status page, make sure that everything is correct. A320 200, CFM 56.5, Bravo engine, 7th September.
On R2, I think we got it. Just these taxi
Do a performance
signs
factor
are
plus 5, which is in my
Microsoft.
flight plan here. So if I bring up my sim brief panel here, that's what I'm looking for. And you go
Cross
to
15 left in November for JetBlue 531.
go to the raw. There should be, where's the performance factor on this airplane? This is not my normal flight plan, so I'm actually fuel bias plus 6. That's what you're looking for. So plus 6, so not plus 5, plus 6.
Your
so
crew
the
has
plane
boarded.
burns
Passengers
6% more than
boarding
the ideal
starting.
model thinks it should. So we programmed that extra 6% in there, and all the calculations will now include that. So let's see here, data initialization. So again, I don't know why this resets when we request a flight plan, but it does. JetBlue 681. Boston to San Juan, TISX Virgin Islands is the alternate. We've checked the IRS initialization. Cost index, I'll pull it out of the flight plan. I know, I set it to be 100 because I want this flight to get going quickly here. It's far enough. I'm going to keep the sim brief panel open. I don't really know why I closed it. Alright, cruise flight level 350. I don't see any step climbs in there. That's good to know. And temperature deviation. Ice deviation plus 10, so it's only minus 34 for cruise. Ideal is 44, but we're at minus 34. And the trope would be on here, would be 52.2. I don't even know if trope is actually indicated on this flight plan at all. Alright, so we could just leave it as the default. Flight planning page, out of Boston, departing, 22 right. And our clearance, we can confirm that on our clearance. I did get a clearance. And let's see here, the routing is, there it is, Bruin 6 as far as Bruin. Then we go Borky, B-O-R-Q-E. What am I doing here? We should have this already.
Wind 27011 gust 19.
We loaded this by secondary, so. The other day I was doing one where I didn't load by secondary. Planning the ILS 10. Right now planning no star. We can review the start. It's en route. Looks like it might be a sailor too, but we'll review it en route. We got lots of time to review it en route. So distance of 1533, and the total distance on here is ground distance 1545. That's very much within reason. There are a couple of steps in here. 34 at Kate, 30. Wow, there's a lot of steps in here. So let's go to the right, go into a step altitudes thing here. So 340 at K-A-Y-Y-T. And you know what? This is not going to let me do this. It's not going to let me do step down and step up. So I'm just going to do the step up. We'll have to do the step down manually.
Crosswind, runway 15 left at November.
Crosswind 15 left at
I'm not even going to bother with those. So I'm going to do thank. All right, so I'm looking at this here, and I'm just thinking that a lot of these are just directional based. We're going from east to west. So I'm going to insert the 370 with thank, but like 350 down to 340 up to 360. Like this is kind of a step here, but then you're back down to 350 again here, which is where we started. So we're just going to go in the direction, but then we get to 370 at Vince. So sorry, that's Vince. So we're supposed to go to 370. not paying attention here. It's also, I'm not used to this format of flight plan actually too. I'll say that. I am. It's slightly different from the format. This is not my airline's format, so I'm kind of hunting a little bit for information. No, I don't think I can do that. All right, we'll just leave it as 370. We can amend it. Nah, let's clear it out and let's do it properly. 370/fin. So, all right, let's do it properly. There we go. That's better. All right, so we got the steps in there. We don't have any user-defined waypoints on this routing we need to review. And so
551, free to change approved, good flight.
then we can do a quick store if it'll let me do it, but it probably won't. It very rarely does. I don't know why it doesn't work most of the time, so that's fine. The flight plan is checked. The rad nav is checked, so actually what we'll do is we'll check this again here because we didn't check it through the store method. Bruin, Yankee 578 from Borky to Kate. Then after that, it's Dacer, Bolton, Meg, L456 to thank. So you can see the L456 there. As far as do we get to thank? Then
Tower 9R2, hold short
direct cling,
right,
Route 7 from there to Sailor, then direct to TJSJ, discount there, that's fine. Alright, so that's all checked. Radnav auto-tune is fine for our departure. Secondary, we're going to recopy this so all of our departure process is in there. And
up running 22
in it, Bravo page 0.20 for the route reserve. Alternate should be 1.5 and the final reserve of 1.1. Alright, and then we need our ZFW. Now what we can do here is just go into our, what am I doing here? Go into our ATSU because probably the message we received is the preliminary load sheet. So the wet message is waiting for us looks like a load sheet prelim. ZFW of 56.1 by 28.9. 56.1 by 28.9. Done. Cruise above max flight level. Well, what are you going to do? We'll have to look into it. 15.2 looks like the fueling's done. Was that our total fuel? It was 15.2, so that's good. 15.2. Oops. 0.2. And that immediately gives us takeoff weight of 71.1. And I calculated on my sheet here 71.6. So that's very much within reason. Cruise above flight level. And a wind component check here. So the average wind is minus 18. So when we put in the average wind, we can check the times. Should recalculate here. 10.6, 336. 10.2, 338. That's very much within reason. A little higher burn here.
And then
400 kilos, so 2 tons extra. And again, my extra should be, so I have basically 1, 1.7, 2.2, but my burn is a little higher, so it went down to about 2.0. So it's very much within reason, so I'd say the calculations are probably correct. We'll zero that out and get some actual winds now from the ACAR system. Winds are on request, perf page for runway 22 right, and I'm taking this out of my company's performance calculations because it includes the thrust reverser in-op factor. So it's going to be a flaps 1 departure. It's going to be a toga takeoff, so no flex values and no displaced thresholds. 145, 145, 148 the speeds. And for a noise 2 departure out of Boston today, we're looking at 1020 across the bottom here. So 148 and 1020 across the bottom. 1020, 1020, 1020. All right, and the green dot speed, we'll pre-select that for the climb because it makes the climb transition a little smoother. We can then put it to managed any time we want, but at least it's pre-selected to the just V2, or to the green dot speed. Init page, go back for a second here for the winds and just confirm that everything is blue. We can clear out the winds once everything is blue. Prog page. So our max is 346, but our cruise is 350, so we may need to amend this now as we get going here. We're going to put in BOS just to give us a relative trajectory back to Boston, should we need some information about how to get back to Boston after we get off the ground. And position monitor 0.9 across the board is very much within the 5-mile limit. Woo! That's a lot of work. All right, now we've got to get our PDC, which came via private message here.
Alpha Charlie,
Boston, call sign JetBlue to
Oh, do you need to
861 and
Thank you very much.
320
Have
out
a
of
good night.
Boston. Let's check this against our flight plan that we filed here. There we go. So Bruin 6, Bruin, Bork, Yankee 578 to Kate, Dazer, Bolton, Meg, L456, Vinso, L456, Hansi, L456, Thank, Pling, Route 7, Sailor, TJSJ, climb via the SID, expect 350, 10 minutes after departure offline, expect to monitor using up to 28, squawk 2435, 288 with location of the airport, current ATIS when ready to push. Alright, so call them ready for the push, and I've already forgot, what was the squawk code? 2435. 435. There we go. Alright, so we got the squawk in there. We got the clearance. Let's just review our charts here for the departure. And then we'll do a briefing really quickly here. So let's go flight plan. And we can even go into plan mode on here. Go down to 10-mile range. Just get both these things in the range of view at the same time. And we got the Bruin 6 RNAV departure right here. So, off of runway 22 right, let's have a quick look here. 22 right, climb heading 215, intercept course of 143 to TJ, 253, intercept 143 to TJ, do not exceed 210 knots until 520 feet, then undetected route to Bruin. So 520 feet to, we can't exceed 210 knots, and then undetected routes of TJ, looks like task at runway 15 only, TJ, Bro, max 250 knots above 3,000. So there it is, Bro, above 3,000, max 250 knots. Busick, however you want to say that, Busick, and then down to Bruin, and that's where the SID ends. And yeah, so it looks like everything's in the box. Technical status, so we do have an MEL with the thrust reversers. I did pull up the MEL, I did pull up a master MEL. I couldn't find an actual MEL, but I did find a master MEL. Thrust reverser, one may be inoperative provided no change from EASA MEL, so you'd have to find that one. The company would actually have the correct stuff. Basically, you need to make sure the performance calculations are done and review the procedures. So in the event of a rejected takeoff, we have one left thrust reverser is not operative, the right reverser is operative. It's going to pull the aircraft to the right, so we should be ready on the departure roll. If we have to reject and start using the reversers that the aircraft is going to pull to the right, we can react with a turn to the left, and we will move both thrust reversers into the reverse position, even though we know that one of them doesn't work. Just as an we'll just keep with the instinct, move both thrust reversers, knowing that one does not work. Be ready to ease off the thrust reversers as well if directional control becomes an issue. Alright, I didn't read the speed restrictions on here. Do not exceed 250 knots passing Bro. Do not exceed 15 right, 22 right and left. Do not exceed 210 knots until 520 feet. Alright. Are you ready for the departure briefing?
Go ahead.
Alright, so we're doing the Bruin 6 departure. I just talked about the MEL, so my apologies. I should have asked first and then started talking about it. But we talked about the MEL. I didn't see any NOTAMs. I didn't really look at the NOTAMs very carefully, so let's just have a quick look here. NOTAMs, anything that affects departure out of Boston here today. So Boston. Here's Boston. Alright, so 22 right, specifically we're looking for. There are a few closed taxiways, works in progress. Nothing crazy, but it looks a bit Gulf closed. Quebec closed. Some of these taxiways closed. I don't see anything for 22 right. SID. I don't see anything for that to affect our NOTAM wise. Alright, so the routing constraints are all as published on the SID, and the top altitude that we are given is 5,000. 5,000 feet is set. Roger. 5,000. Let's see here. There is no noise abatement published for Boston, as I recall. Yeah. Engine out. We're just going to follow the SID. It'll take us away from downtown Boston. The MSA around here is 2,000 in the direction we're heading after departure before we can start accelerating, before we can start turning off the course. Yeah, other than that, performance in the box for the left seat departure, it's toga takeoff off runway 22 right with a dry runway, no takeoff shift, flaps 1, no flex for the toga, 145, 145, 148, 1020 across the bottom, standard transition altitude of 18,000 feet, 228 pre-selected for the climb. Yeah, it's going to be a managed departure. climb blue, nav blue, and we're going to get the autopilot on very quickly after departure, probably before we hit 500 feet, because we've got a number of RNAV turns right after departure. We need to fly the SID as it is published, so to ensure we fly it as accurately as possible, especially because I am single pilot in the flight sim world, we're going to do this using the autopilot shortly after departure. And that's about it. Any questions?
No questions.
And it just has this data here that I need to put in here, so big 1 plus F. Thrust, toga. Let's see here, weather's good, radar, push back. Nope, and now it got rid of my... There we go, push back required. Config 1 plus F, takeoff runway is 22 right. V1 speed 140. Because it can't draw anything out of here automatically, I have to set all this for it to trigger at the correct. No flex. Cruise altitude 35,000. Thrust reduction 1,000 feet. Takeoff CG percent. We're going to call it about 29. All right. Perfect. All right. I think we got everything. I think so. This finished boarding. We've got our fuel, we've got our logbook. Looks like everybody's ready to go here, except we haven't fired up the APU yet, so let's fire that up. Wait 3 seconds, otherwise it won't start. And yeah, we can check for the final load sheet here. Let's just do it this way. Nope, let's do it this way. Menu VATSIM, AOC, receive messages. We did get our final load sheet while we were talking there. It takes a long time to set up this airplane properly. And 56.1 is the ZFW there, and the ZFW-CG 30 takeoff at 20.4, so 30, and then 20.4, 25.4, sorry, 25.4 puts us about 0.6 up. So on this perf page, we need 0.6 up for the horizontal stab. All right, are we ready? I think we're ready. Let me just check my before start flow pattern here. All right, so we should be up and running in a second here on the APU. Yeah, just give it a couple seconds. I'm gonna count to 5. Just because you don't want to do that changeover right away. You want to give the generator a second to kind of stabilize. You don't want to do it the instant it says it's available, because it might not be quite totally stable yet. We can remove the GPU, we can remove the chocks, we can call GSX to come and push us back. And I think that's good. Let's go ahead and do the before start flow here. So for me, I have to make sure that the beacon is on. Windows are closed. Doors and slides closed and armed. Thrust levers idle and the parking brake is on. And then call for the before start checklist. Before start checklist.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Repeat last.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
145, 145, 148, toga. Toga.
V1 145 VR 145
Departure
V2
checks completed.
148.
Bypass pin inserted.
Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Boston Tower, good morning. JetBlue 681 over at Echo 13 for push and start.
JetBlue 681, JetBlue 861, push approved, advisory taxi.
Push approved, Golf Taxi, JetBlue 861, thank you. Alright, the push is approved. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the ground crew. And we are underway, and let's just check and make sure that this thing is server connected, flight sims connected. Yes, it's going to detect our flight, good stuff. I got some friends flying around, hello friends. Lots of people enjoying a pilot's life today. Alright, today we got going a little faster than last time. Last time it took us the better part of an hour to get going. This time it seems a little bit faster. Alright, we're going to go tail to the right, so we're ready for taxi.
Release parking brakes.
Alright, and...
Commencing
brakes are off, ready for pushback lane, start till advised.
Start at will.
And here we go. dark for some reason. I'm not sure why. Need a little more light in my life. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
So you want to see those, all the X's go away. There's engine 1 reverser inhibited. Clear engine 1. Clear engine 1. And status, just reverser 1 and cat 2. Clear status. Clear status. Should have done that before I hit the start. But that's the message you expect to pop up because the reverser's been inhibited by maintenance. And I don't think it's going to probably be simulated on here, but I'm curious. Because when there's ever a problem with the reversers, all these aircraft, you can just see one right here and one right here, they actually have physical mechanical lockouts on these reverser doors. So if you have a problem with the reverser and the mechanics have to MEL it and disable it, there's actual screws that they actually, there's actually like little tiny, I don't know how to describe it, little couplings that they actually unscrew, and they rescrew it to a second hole that prevents the door from moving. So they screw the door shut so that even if something is wrong with the system and it can't accidentally deploy in flight. And you'll actually check for that on the walk around to make sure that all 4 doors on an engine are properly locked, or all the doors are locked out with the proper 4 switches, for the 4 little latches properly screwed into position to lock the door from an accidental release.
Set parking brakes.
Did I not put the fuel tank pumps on? Oh my god. And we do have fuel in the center tank. I can't believe I missed that. Alright, the engine did start successfully even with that off. Alright, let's... Starting engine 1.
Okay.
Can't believe I missed that. Ugh, amateur hour. Alright, good afternoon, Hayden UK. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you get a little more time to watch this week. Doesn't even seem like that long ago when we did the last stream, to be honest. But today we have a little bit of ATC going on. We got some Boston Tower at least. It's not ATC for the full length, but it's something. All right, so I believe she has to set the parking brake.
Cockpit to ground. We have
Brakes
a good
are
engine
set.
start. You can disconnect.
And if you want to be a pro in the Airbus, when you're setting the parking brake, you need to see 3 things. You need to see the switches actually move to the right position, but you also need to double check that the brake indicator, both the left and right brake indicator rise, and you see the parking brake annunciation on the ECAM. If you don't see all those 3 things, don't assume the parking brake's set. So always check those 3 things before you tell the tow crew they can release. Alright, so it looks like we got a normal start on engine 1 as well, so 20, 40, 60, 30, it's pretty close anyways. No unusual vibrations, we've got oil pressure looking good.
Unlocking gear.
While she's just doing that, I'm going to quickly check what the after start flow is for the captain, and for me it's engine mode selector, APU bleed, push button switch, which I've already done, and then anti-ice, APU master,
Tow truck disconnected.
ECAM
Bypass pin
status,
removed.
nose wheel steering disconnect memo.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, just waiting for the ramp agent to show us the pin. There we go. She's a-coming. She's got the pin. And before they usually get off headset, we check to make sure that nose wheel steering disconnect is not still displayed here, but GSX doesn't have that ability to interact at that level, which is fine. We can run with it anyways. Definitely nose wheel steering disconnect is fine. So, alright, so we did engine mode selector, normal APU bleed off, anti-ice is not required, APU master can go off, ECAM status, and in-op systems reverser 1 and pack 2. Pack 2 is off, intentionally reverser 1 is MEL'd, and nose wheel steering disconnect is definitely out. So the after start flow is complete. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
.6 upset. Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Boston Tower, JetBlue 861, ready taxi.
JetBlue 861, runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo, November, cross 15 right, hold short, 15 left.
JetBlue 861, taxi 22 right via Bravo, November, cross 15 right and hold short of 15 left. This is one of those airports where I feel very comfortable with this airport. I've been to this airport hundreds of times. I know it quite well, but nevertheless, I'm going to try and be a very diligent pilot here.
Boston Delta 499, ready to push from Alpha 20 with Bravo.
Get this to load up in less than 30
That's
seconds
499,
here.
push back your discretion.
So here we are at the Lipstick Terminal. Bravo is the outer taxiway. November, cross 15 right, short 15 left. Alright, so the taxi instructions are understood. Taxi light should be on. Give her a bit of juice. Not too much juice when you're in the gate area, just because you don't want to potentially create a jet blast hazard for any ramp personnel passing behind you. But at the same time, the bus does need a little bit of juice to get moving, and especially when she's fully laden like we are. 15-1, we got 71 ton takeoff weight right now. It's pretty heavy for a 320. So we're going to come out here, but we're going to take the outer taxiway as we pass by here. But it's a very nicely done airport here in Boston. FlyTampa has done a very nice job with it. So we're just going to go around the corner here. This becomes Alpha, so we're going to have to sidestep over to Bravo. There's a nice lift bridge over there. Those two towers there are actually a lift bridge. I used to stay in a hotel that was literally right beside them, just on the far side of it. You'd have to go across that lift bridge, and unfortunately if the lift bridge was up, some days it was not, it didn't work well for your shuttle back to the airport, because there's a second way around, but it's a long way around. Alright, so this taxiway, outer taxiway here is going to be Bravo. So we're taxiing Bravo and then left turn on November. Alright. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Once we get onto this straight stretch here for a little bit, we can do our control check. Flight control check.
Ready. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
And rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Unfortunately, the nose wheel steering disconnect does not work in the Fenix 320, so we're kind of stuck trying to crank it around quickly, hit the stops without deviating too far off the taxiway. Alright, let's just see what it says here for a taxi checklist, because I'm not trying to learn this very well, because I frankly don't want to. I don't want to confuse these SOPs with my airline SOPs. Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff, no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Ladies and gentlemen, all portable electronic equipment and mobile phones
Alright, this
should
is
be
November.
switched off, as we are now about to start our pre-flight safety briefing.
Cleared to
We're
cross.
now going to take you through our safety
15
procedures
right.
and equipment. As this information is for your benefit,
Clear
we
left.
ask you to watch and listen carefully.
And right.
The safety
Not active, we're not
guide
going to turn the
area
strobes on
shows
for this one.
details of escape routes, oxygen masks, and life jackets. It also
Well,
shows
the takeoff memo did its job.
which you
I
must
did not do my
adopt
job, because
in
when I
an
got the fuel pumps on, it should have been a
emergency
hint to me to check the seatbelts as well.
landing. On the main deck, there are two
Oh.
exits at the rear of the first class cabin and two at the front and rear of each other cabin. On the upper deck, there is an emergency exit on each side in the middle of the cabin.
Wait, 61, cross runway 15 left in November.
In the unlikely
Cross
event
15
of
left
an
at November,
emergency
JetBlue
escape
61.
flight, leave all hand baggage behind.
Alright, so we
and
just
remove
crossed
high
15 right. Clear cross 15
left.
left. I'm just going to clear my
Delta
scratch pad
499,
now.
runway 22 right, taxi via Echo Alpha November, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left.
Seat back is upright.
22 right, Echo Alpha November, crossing 15 right, will be short of 15 left, Delta
Right.
499.
Adjusted like
There's
this.
some neat stuff here. Right on the hilltop there, you can kind of see it sticking out of the hilltop there. There's this really
When the fasten seat
interesting
belt
building. It
signs are
almost looks like a control tower. For a long time, I used to think it was a control tower. It's a real building out there in Boston. It's not very well rendered in MSFS, but it's actually a real building. It's actually a church, but for some reason it almost resembles a control tower. And you'd think with its perspective on this airport, you almost think that could have been a control tower back in the day. It would have been like ideally sited kind of up on a hill so you get a good sight of the whole airport complex from a little far away. Kind of would have been ideal for that, but it's not what it was.
Stay in your seat and pull a mask towards you. This will open your oxygen supply.
This monitor's
Place
not
the
doing well.
mask over your mouth and nose like
A little
this,
disappointed.
and breathe
It gets a
normally.
periodic red line, and now it seems to have a
Secure it.
dying pixel in the middle, right in the
Do
middle
make sure
too.
your own mask is fitted
You guys can't
before
see it on
helping anyone
stream
else.
because it's not the output, it's the monitor itself. But it's a shame
Your
because this
life
monitor's not
jacket is
cheap. But
underneath or beside your seat. In the event of landing on water,
no, I tapped it slightly and the
remove
pixel
life
came
jacket
back to
from its
life. I don't know if
container
that's a
and
good
put it
sign or
over your
not.
head. Pass the tapes
Alright, I
round
think
your
we're ready to
waist
go.
and tie them securely in a double bow at the side. To inflate, pull the red toggle as shown. The air can be topped up by using the mouthpiece.
Line up flow
JetBlue
pad.
61, wind 270, 11 gust 19, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Do not inflate your life jacket until
22
you are
right, clear for
outside the
takeoff.
aircraft.
JetBlue
We will
861.
supply life coats
Clear
for
left.
babies and life jackets for
Clear
infants.
right side.
Clear for departure.
Finally, ladies and gentlemen, please study the
Takeoff
safety
runway
card
confirmed.
and take notice of the fasten
Approach
seatbelt
path
sign.
clear of traffic.
May we remind you that electrical portable items such as games, computing,
Cabin
and
crew,
processing
be seated for
equipment
takeoff.
may interfere with the aircraft systems and must be switched off during takeoff and landing.
Alright, so I had to get the lights on. That's my job in the flow. That's it.
The aircraft engines are running.
Good old EMAS system, nicely modeled by FlyTampa. Well done.
The no smoking signs will remain on for the duration
Why
of the
the
flight.
US is the only company that seems to have an interest in
Smoking is
EMAS, I
permitted
don't
at
know.
any time whilst on board. If you
It's a
have
good
any
system,
questions,
and
please ask one of
the Americans have made
Thank
very
you.
good use of it. I think the other countries really need to get with it there. Alright, I think I see 22 right way down there in the distance. Lineup checklist.
Takeoff runway.
22 right. Confirmed.
Runway 22 right confirmed. TCAS.
TARA. TARA.
PAX 1 and 2.
On.
Lineup checklist completed.
Here we go. Mantoga SRS auto thrust blue.
Checked. Thrust
Takeoff.
set. Check. .100 knots.
Roger.
V1 rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up. Nav.
Gear up.
Autopilot 1. I have control.
You have control. Pitch bank 1000.
Autopilot 1. She doesn't like the autopilot for some reason.
Roger.
Thrust climb.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Well, we didn't need to worry about exceeding that 210 knots. We're pretty slow bird. The Airbuses do not climb quickly.
Okay, Delta 499, cross runway 15 left in November.
15 left in November, Delta 499.
JetBlue 861, 30 change approved, good flight.
Thank you, off the Unicom, JetBlue 861, appreciate the service. Have a
Radar
good morning.
altimeter alive.
Flap 0.
Speed checked. Flap 0.
Alright, we are on course. We're climbing out, and we can go ahead and accelerate. We'll still have the 250 knot limit here at Bro, and we are pretty much at 3,000, so we can definitely accelerate there. Goodbye, Boston. It was fun being there. Nice to have some ATC, but we got to go back to the Unicom now, and it's going to be pretty quiet, I think, for the rest of our morning here as far as ATC is concerned. But what are you going to do? It's VATSIM. It's a voluntary network. It is what it is. Maybe it's just me, but it just seems like I'm very dark here on the webcam too. Just like from the top on down, anyway. From the bottom on up, it's kind of dark here, anyways. Let me just see if I can do something about that real quick here. I shouldn't be taking too much attention away from this, but let me just see if I can. And this probably will lock in. I can just pick a very bright color in here. Why can't I get it to be white? I don't think it's making a difference though. I have LED lighting under the desk, but it's not bright enough to make a difference here. There's Alt 5000. Alright, back to paying attention to what we're actually doing here. So let's go up to 35,000 here. Since we have no ATC. 35,000 feet is set, roger 35,000, and there's thrust climb, all blue, and away we go. Alright, he did not disarm the spoilers, which is the FO's job when they put the gear up. Should also be killing the taxi lights. Let's just have a look and make sure that they haven't missed anything else, but I think everything else is looking good. We're underway. Off we go over Cape Cod and southbound. And it's only 1,518 miles to San Juan from here. It's going to be a 1,800 arrival by the time we get there. It's a long flight. And we might as well enjoy looking out the window at some scenery right now, because once we pass over Cape Cod there and over Nantucket, that's going to be it. You're not going to see land again until pretty much till we get to San Juan. I'm pretty sure we don't pass over any other islands. We pass like within probably about 100 or so miles of Bermuda, but you probably never see it. Alright, so there is Busick. And it probably is a sports metaphor that I just don't get, because I'm not big on the sports metaphors. I'm not big on sports to begin with, but here we go. Got to get a little higher. We can release the passengers and let the cabin crew do their thing. Just going to have a look here. Acceleration flow pattern. The FO does everything. The only thing I do at 10,000 feet is my own ETOPS options, which is fine. Alright, 10,000, climbing flight level 350. And there we go. So now we're accelerating to 340 for a climb speed. And when this thing climbs at 340, it doesn't climb particularly fast. There's Cape Cod, and I remember Cape Cod because years and years ago, when I was a kid, and I was talking like when I was 10 or 11, we took a family vacation on Cape Cod. Years years ago. I remember we stayed in like a bed and breakfast right on the beach, which was really kind of nice. I don't remember all that much about it. I remember driving around to, what is it, Provincetown, I think, is at the end of the peninsula there. I can't remember a whole lot of it, honestly. It was so long ago. I do remember we did go on a family vacation there, though. I thought it was okay at the time. I thought it was fun, but yeah, that was a long, long time ago in my life. All right, so here we are above 10,000 feet. We are accelerating now, so yeah, we got ourselves out of Boston. We had some ATC, which was great. We can talk a little bit more about that MEL because I thought it was an interesting MEL. And I can see if I can find, so I found, see if I can find the original EASA MEL. There we go. Master minimum equipment list supplement for the A320. It's just a supplement. That doesn't help me. I want the actual full-on type to the data sheet. No, that's not really it. Why can't I actually find the EASA MEL? Sometimes Google is not as helpful as you would like it to be. I feel like I can find it in here if I know how to search for it. Far back do I need to go? And I go to like 1985 until this week. I don't know how to find it here. Annoying. Anyways, I would like to find the real thing, but I can't seem to find it. So, anyways. But basically what it says for the thrust reverser anyways is basically you've got to make sure the performance compensates for it. So our company has specific, I think the seatbelt's off, looks like a nice day. Our company has a specific performance calculation system that's different from the Airbus tablet calculation system, and it has a very specific entry for the thrust reverser being ETOPS. So basically, for the takeoff roll, the biggest implication is the fact that you cannot stop quickly. Obviously, with a thrust reverser ETOPS, it's going to reduce your ability to stop, and so it does increase your requirements for takeoff, your power setting for takeoff, because you've got to accelerate to the V1 speed faster because it's going to take you longer to stop. Without that thrust reverser, you're going to need a longer brake distance than you might otherwise need. So in this case today, we had a toga takeoff, even though we took off from runway 22 right at Boston, which is, I think it's a 10,000 foot runway. I think it is 10,000 feet takeoff distance. I'm curious. So let's just check the 10.9 pages here. Give it a second to load up. Boston 10.9A 10.9A. And so the departure distance on 22 right, it's actually 7,045 feet. So it's not the longest runway in the world, but it should be long enough for an Airbus to get off the ground without having to resort to toga takeoff. But it's because of the fact that we just had to be ready to stop and have more distance to stop. It was an interesting MEL. We went for a day with this MEL on an aircraft. We did a couple of legs with it, and besides making, there's transitions at standard. Standard is set and cross-check. Besides making life a little bit more, let's see here, what am I trying to say here? Making life a little bit more challenging, just from a just from a performance standpoint, and definitely a couple times we had to re-request the performance data because we'd forget to put in the MEL code, so we had to request it a couple times when, you know, we'd look at it and be like, oh shoot, we forgot to put the code in this time, you know, the 4th time out of 5 times today. But what really kind of made the operation challenging was just the brake use, which is kind of surprising because you don't think about it as much. But it was the brake temperatures that really kind of made this an awkward operation. We were on an aircraft with no thrust reverser, and we did not have brake fans. Not all the A320s. The brake fans are optional on the A320 family, and a lot of air operators, depending on the environment you're in, often don't opt for them. People who operate in very hot environments or with very short turnarounds sometimes opt for them. But typically they don't. We don't. A lot of operators don't install the brake fans. It's an extra cost you don't need. It's an extra mechanical system to break down as well. Extra weight you're lugging around. So yeah, a lot of operators opt not to use it. However, it becomes useful on a day like that when the brake temperatures start to get really warm when you're not using reverse or using very minimal reverse. And we normally always use some idle reverse and maybe and try to use some reverse to kind of keep temperatures on the heat off the brakes, kind of save some of the wear on the brakes, decelerate initially, and keep the brake temperatures a little bit reasonable. But in this case, we were spiking brake temperatures easily into the 500s on almost every turn because we were relying much more on the brakes to slow us down on landing than just the brakes and the thrust reversers combined. So we had to make very conscious effort to cool the brakes. Without brake fans, you don't have a whole lot of options. The biggest option you have when you don't have brake fans is just releasing the parking brake when you're parked at the gate. So you stop at the gate, you make sure the chocks are in, you double verbally confirm with the ground crew that the chocks are in, and you release the parking brake, because most of the time at our airline we never release the parking brake at the gate unless we need to for brakes, for brake cooling, just as a safety precaution. It's safer to keep the brake on as long as possible. But when the brakes are in contact, they don't cool as quickly. If you release the parking brake, the brake disc, you know, the pistons come away from the brake disc. The brake disc is not in direct, you know, high pressure contact. There is the ability for air to circulate a little bit more through the brake disc, through the brake disc stack, and as a result, it cools faster. It does cool a bit faster. It's not a huge amount, but it does make a difference. And if you're talking like you know 5 or 10 minutes, you want to leave 5 or 10 minutes sooner because the brakes have cooled off. You know, it can make a difference. It's not going to instantly, you know, the brakes are not going to be instantly dropped from 500 down to 100 degrees, but it just helps with that cooling process if you don't have the brake fans. The only other option really, besides actually delaying the takeoff, which is sometimes what you have to do, is if you can get some portable fans brought over if you don't have the brake fans installed in your aircraft. I know at some of the stations where we have hotter temperatures, we actually do have external brake fans that are, you know, just literally just giant fans that the ground crew will literally bring over, plug in, and put next to the wheels to just blow air over the wheels and cool them off faster on these turns. Because even though the turn is an hour, it can take an hour to drop from 500 to 300. It generally, like over a course of an hour, without the brakes released, you're going to probably drop the temperature about 200 degrees. So if you're starting off at 500 degrees when you get to the gate, you're still going to be at like 300 degrees after like an hour, and that's how long you expect to turn the airplane in. So sometimes you need to aid that process. So that was probably the biggest challenge we had with this MEL, with the reverser being an op. Was just we were trying to do all hour turns all day and trying to get the brakes cool enough where we could reasonably depart safely. It was a real challenge. It was more of a challenge than I expected it to be. I was surprised at how, you know, after flying the airplanes for this long, I was surprised at how much of a difference the reversers really do make. They don't always feel like they're making a big difference. But especially with the auto brake system, it's funny because with the auto brake system, you don't notice the difference because the auto brake is automatically picking up whatever slack is there. So the auto brakes, you know, in the Airbus especially, are designed to decelerate the airplane at a certain rate. So if you've got full reverse on and the airplane's already starting to decelerate, then the auto brake will only trigger the brakes very lightly to try and make up the difference. And then as you stow the thrust reversers, the brakes will come on a little bit more solidly to continue to maintain that same deceleration rate. But if you're using a lot of thrust, if you're using maximum reverse thrust, the auto brakes, they will continue to apply the brakes, but it's going to be very slightly because most of the deceleration is coming from the reverse thrust, and then as the reverse thrust kind of the effectiveness wanes, the brakes will increase more and more. But so you don't even notice the fact that it's making a difference. It's not like it's a set pressure that lower medium applies. It's just targeting a deceleration rate. It presses the brakes enough to reach the targeted deceleration rate. Anywho, see some people crossing our path there on the VATSIM network. So today we have an ETOPS flight here. So we got to really start thinking about stuff, because ETOPS is a little bit more challenging. You've got to be constantly cognizant of your flight plan, of your position, of what your options are. And so we're going to do that in a second here. So, and that's why we have this whole diagram here as well, to show us where the ETOPS entry and exit points are. And today we actually really technically are only ETOPS for a very short period of time. So we're within a 1 hour range of Bermuda before we get very far from Boston. So the only place where we're actually in full ETOPS mode will be this like 50-mile segment here, when we're between the 1 hour range from Bermuda and the 1 hour range from San Juan. So it's literally like a 50-mile little segment there. It's not very big, but it gives us a great opportunity to kind of talk about it. And this is kind of a fun little slice of ETOPS, and it's what's called what's referred to as benign ETOPS, in that it's such a small little area where you're actually really worrying about ETOPS. It's not like you're crossing the Atlantic and you're going to be, outside the 60-mile or the 60-minute radius of these airports for an hour or two. You're going to be outside the 60-mile radius for about 5 minutes. So it's something called the benign ETOPS, which is basically means like it's ETOPS. We are technically outside that 1 hour range, but it's for such a small period of time, and the risk is so relatively low because. With the exception of hurricanes, generally the weather is fairly favorable on the northeast side of the Caribbean. There's lots of departure alternates kind of all along the coast here, or en route alternates. So you've got Bermuda here. If anything's not right with Bermuda, there's also lots of other airports not too far away. So it's not like there's only you're flying across the Atlantic and there's the Canary Islands and then there's nothing for another 1,000 miles. There's lots of airports here. They're about an hour and a half away, but there are alternates there. So benign ETOPS is kind of it's a weird little subset of ETOPS where we don't really apply the ETOPS rules too strictly, because we're just barely at the edge of ETOPS requirements. Really, we don't really need the whole life raft thing, the whole long analysis and considering things. But that being said, we're definitely gonna consider what are our options here and keep our options open, because I do have random failures turned on. So if a failure does occur, we want to know what our options are. We want to be able to make decisions fairly quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and put down a ETP adjustment here. So this is the first thing you want to do, is you want to make an ETP adjustment. Under data, equitime points. By default, when you start a flight, the equitime points, it just figures out what's the equal time between your destination and your origin. And we're going to reach that point. ETP location is 129 miles before Meg. We're going to reach that in 646 miles. That's 1621, like an hour and a half from now. Like, we don't want that to be the only equitime point. So because we've got this other alternate, TXKF, we're going to put that in here. So between Boston and TXKF, it's going to recalculate now, and this will be a much more realistic point. So anything that happens before 198 miles before Dazer, anything major happens before that, we're turning around, we're going back to Boston. Anything that happens after that, Bermuda is the closer alternate. And it's going to be marked on the screen nicely here. I don't think, can we zoom out enough to see it here yet? Yeah, there it is, perfect. We can zoom out enough to see it. So there's the ETP right there. So anything happens before we pass this ETP, and it's nice that it's calculated live dynamically in the airplane, with the current winds. Anything that happens before that, we turn back. We turn back to Boston. We may even find another alternate that's even closer. JFK may be a little bit closer at that point in time, but something before that. Once we pass this ETP, anything major happens, we're going to look at diverting to Bermuda potentially. So it just sort of, the nice thing is, like, when you are kind of pushing the range limits of how far the aircraft can travel, and you are a long way from an alternate airport, you want to be able to make some decisions and at least turn in the right direction pretty quickly. So by having that ETP, we're not even going to sit there with the whiz wheel and calculate it. It's like, we know it's like the V1 speed. It's like, we know that anything happens before V1, we're rejecting. Anything happens after V1, we are going flying. And it simply makes the decision-making process faster. We can just look at where we are and just say, yep, okay, this is what we're doing, and we can start at least heading in the right direction. Because especially if it's something major and serious like a fire on board the aircraft, you don't want to spend 5 or 10 minutes while the airplane is burning, something's burning in the cargo hold or an engine or whatever, trying to figure out which is the best way to go. You want to start turning towards the alternate immediately. So at least knowing where you are, having that sense of where we are relative to our potential alternates, we can make a very quick decision. So we've got the ETP point up there, and the other thing we probably should do is just actually put the ETOPS entry and exit points up there, so we know when we are actually fully in ETOPS operations. So if we go to our ETOPS ETP information, ETOPS entry and exit, so we can create custom waypoints for these. If we can figure out exactly where they are along our route here. Elapsed time to go. And I think they should also be in our nav log, I believe. Maybe not. No, it's not actually in our nav. Yes, there it is. ETOPS entry, ETOPS exit. So what you can do is you can create a waypoint based on these waypoints. So, and now I'm straining my brain a little bit because honestly, most of the time we don't do this. So I'm going to strain my brain a little bit to remember how to do this. So what we need to do is we need to figure out our distance. So the ETOPS entry point is, let's see here, it's 70 miles after Vinso. So if I go in here, and I go Vinso, and I should be able to do this, I believe. Let's see it. Vinso, and I believe it's /70. Or is it Vinso? And I'm trying to remember now. I haven't done this in a while, to be honest. I honestly gotta look this up. I don't want to do the route offset, so it keeps on giving me. I know there's a way to do it, but darn if I can. Darn, I'm drawing a blank right now. Let me just try doing it from the other way. The other side, so the exit point is going to be. It's going to be 126 miles before purchase. So let's do this. Let's do. Wow, I'm disappointed in myself. I thought it was. No, format error. That sounds wrong. Let's say what is it? 126. 126 miles before purchase. Place, waypoint, mismatch. Well, I'm getting closer. Getting closer. I don't know why I can't remember this now. to be taking the waypoint, but it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, no, I'm doing it right. Yeah. I'm just searching for it here. PRCAJ/-126 should give me that waypoint, but it's not giving it to me. Oh, it did. It did. So now it's got place 01. Okay, there we go. I got it. All right. And then the other one is minus 126 and then minus another 58. So that's 176, 184. So let's do that. Percha / minus 184. So I'm doing them from Percha here. Where'd it go? Percha. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so place distance 2, place distance 1, Percha. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Wow. Straining the brain here. I haven't had to do this in a while. And what we can do is we can kind of fast forward and we can see here. So this is us coming down from Megs crossing Vinso, and then from PD02 is our ETOPS exit, or ETOPS entry point to our ETOPS exit point. It's about, I think it's 58 miles. We're going to be technically in ETOPS airspace. We're going to be more than an hour range from an alternate field. Just barely. We're not even technically going to enter ETOPS airspace on this route because we'll always be within 1 hour of either Boston or the alternate of Bermuda. And if we go to the equitime point, you'll see, let's see here, right now, ETP back to Boston, 1618 is 335 miles, and the ETP to TXKF is 336 miles. And in both cases, the ETA would be 1618. So we're going to reach there at 1531, and it would be almost a 50-minute trip to either turn around and go back or go forward. That's the closest. But it's still, we're always within 1 hour of either Boston or Bermuda until we get to that long waypoint. So, anyways, that really kind of roasted my brain. Mach Alt Cruise Nav. That's I haven't done that in a while. I have not done ETOPS in a while. There's not a whole lot else to ETOPS on the A320, I believe, because really the A320 is mostly it's mostly just about awareness. The systems are considered pretty redundant. I know on the 37, they want the third generator running. So on the 37, you have to fire up the APU before you reach the ETOPS entry point, and they have to have the APU running throughout the ETOPS operation. So if you lose an engine or you lose a generator, you've already got the backup generator running. So the odds of you actually having a total electrical failure in the aircraft are practically nil. I don't believe that's a requirement on the Airbus as far as I recall. And the reason I have to say this is that technically at our company, our Airbuses are not ETOPS certified. So we don't do ETOPS flights in them. That might change in the future, but for now, the XLRs, when they do arrive, might change that equation. But for now, we are dealing with non-ETOPS operations normally. So I'm really kind of straining my brain here to figure out ETOPS operations and then try to recall some of this stuff. But good. And the thing I just love about the Fenix is that it is in there. Like the equitime point calculations are in there. The place bearing distance calculation, the place distance calculation is in there. I just had to figure out the right format for it. I just don't remember. So and it is all in the manuals as well. If you forget, you can always review it. It's there. It's just it's a little bit tough to find sometimes. But here we go now out across the Atlantic. We're going to go down, sliding south past Bermuda and over to San Juan. So we are very much. Let's see here. I believe this is Kate right here. So yeah, we are already out over the Atlantic, slicing southbound. And as you can see, there is some significant weather here. There's no weather radar this far offshore. I looked at the weather radar and not getting much this far offshore. Basically, there is a chance of some thunderstorms. So we got to keep an eye on it. We did assign some fuel for thunderstorms, so we do have 959 kilos of weather fuel, and as you can see here, our dispatcher gave it to us weather fuel for en route CBs, ATC fuel for departure delays. We didn't have any departure delays. Boston ATC was great. It wasn't too busy. We got out of there pretty darn quick. And let's see here at Kate. Technically, after Kate, we're going to be westbound, so we're supposed to pick an even altitude until we get down towards Meg again. So we may have to go down to 340, may go up to 360. We'll see how it looks here. We did actually make it to 350, and yeah, max 355. Getting up to 360 might be a bit of a problem, so we'll probably go down to 340 with Kate here. But that's it, away we go. Another episode of A Pilot's Life well underway here. We're now a good 30-40 minutes out of Boston there. And yeah, just another 1,000 miles or so to go until we get to San Juan. No big deal at all. Go to my dashboard. My first paycheck here from JetBlue, $123. Not too bad. We are making some money here. And if I go to the shop, I think I can, at $2,500, I can buy another... yeah, I bought situational awareness as a training investment. I could also buy leadership and teamwork, which would get me another 0.25%. And it's not much, but I mean, over time it'll add up. It'll be more XP, and the sooner I get more XP, the sooner I get promotions, and I get you know, a better paycheck. Like, I've got a long way to go to the next XP promotion. I got to get 5,000 experience points before I get to the rank of senior first officer, so it's going to be a while. But we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. Yeah, what else? Otherwise, not too much else happening in the pilot's life world. Lots of people always flying though. There's currently 333 people flying. That's not bad for, you know, what is a relatively kind of niche hobby. It's not bad to have that many people flying. 419 connected pilots in total, so a bunch of people connected to the system, but not necessarily flying. These people that are at the top of the list, it just blows me away how much flying these guys have done. We are way down there on the list, even on our airline. Let's check our airline leaderboards here. Actually, I haven't checked the airline leaderboards here at JetBlue. Here I am, number 319 at JetBlue out of 344. So there's a few people who've barely flown any flights. Active, no. So I guess I'm thinking active no means like they haven't flown a flight for like 3 months. Yeah, the bottom. Oh, and this is just within the airline, I guess, because this is me. I've done one flight at the airline, 99 experience points at the airline. So okay, that's not that many experience points. You compare it to the top guy at the airline, senior captain L level 5, Ian Robertson here has done 245 flights for JetBlue, logged 346 hours and 21,000 experience points just at the airline alone. So I'm never going to get very far up this airline because I'm probably going to continue to stick with the same pattern I've done the last little while, which is stick with an airline for like 2 seasons. One season is, I won't say one season's not enough, but most airlines you can get 2 seasons out of it. You can get a variety of flying over 2 seasons, and then it starts to get a little repetitive. You start to see the same hubs. Now I think JetBlue may be a bit of an exception to that. JetBlue has just got a absolutely phenomenal route network, and it's not just a hub and spoke system, and that's what really kind of, I think, will set them apart and may make me stay even longer than the normal 2 seasons. Now that we're getting into, it's a big network, and the one thing I noticed when I was generating schedules for it was that the schedules were not repetitive in the least. There was not a lot of out-back flying from the hubs. Almost every airline I've flown with thus far, it's been a lot of out-back, 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 and it's just gotten very repetitive. You see the same hubs over and over again. You get tired of seeing them. Alaska was very much that story. It was Seattle and Portland, and every second flight was either Seattle or Portland pretty much in the Alaska world. So that started to get repetitive. It really did. JetBlue has just got such kind of an extensive crisscrossing network. Yes, they do have some major hubs with a lot of traffic in and out, but they've also got enough hubs that like in a season you might visit each hub once, maybe twice. The major hubs really are Boston, JFK, and LaGuardia are really the major hubs, but then they also have minor hubs in Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, Newark, and even down in LAX. I'm not going to be doing too many LAX legs just because it's so far out there, but even just up and down the eastern seaboard, there's a lot of kind of aircraft and over the Caribbean, there's a lot of airports that link in different directions. So you come into San Juan, like what we're doing. We're coming into San Juan from Boston, but then we're going back out to Tampa, I believe, or Fort Lauderdale. So, yeah, you know, just not out and back, but a variety of airports. I might be able to pull more than 2 seasons out of JetBlue. It might be the first one I've ever pulled more than 2 seasons out of, because I like flying this airplane. It's a great airplane. Fenix has done a fantastic job with this airplane. They really have. I really like what Fenix has done. I really like what Fenix has done. So much good stuff. Like you can fail almost anything. You name it, you can fail it. And we're slowly getting a few people up there, but I want to see 10 people watching. If I can see 10 of you guys watching, we'll fail something at random. And there is a button just for that, so we don't even have to pick it. We literally, don't need the pressure screen up right now. We literally can go into config, random failures, and there's literally a button here, trigger random. It'll fail something at random, and don't even know what it'll fail. And that's the fun part. Yes, you kind of expect it. You're like, okay, something's failing, but you still don't know what it's going to be. It could be something as benign as, you know, an APU fault that doesn't even show its ugly head until you get on the ground or something like that. It could be something very subtle, like a fuel leak or a hydraulic leak. Or it could be, you know, fire, cargo fire, engine fire, something crazy. Immediate red alarms go off. You got to do something immediately. But you don't know what it's going to be, and that's what I like, because with PNDG, there's no random failure. You can do service-based failures, and things might happen randomly as you're flying. But to trigger a random failure right now, they don't have that button really. So I kind of like this. That's a nice button. But then even the manual failures, like, there's so much that you can trigger. Literally hundreds upon hundreds of faults. This right here is my faulted reverser. But so many things. You can do start faults. You know, start valve, hot start, no ignition, all sorts of different things. You can do so many different faults. It's phenomenal to watch this aircraft perform and respond to them, and you've got to deal with them. Just last night, I had a little bit of fun, and I decided to do a double ELAC fault. So we could probably talk about that, because we do have a whole bunch of flight control computers in this aircraft. We have 7 flight control computers: ELAC 1, SEC 1, FAC 1, ELAC 2, SEC 2, SEC 3, and FAC 2. So we have 7 different computers. If you go to the flight control page, you'll see them all indicated here. Well, the ELAC and the SEC anyways, you won't see the FACs. But ELAC 1 and 2, SEC 1, 2, and 3. So you have a lot of redundancy in the flight control system, which is important in a fly-by-wire airplane. Obviously, we are relying on those computers to translate our signals. There's no direct connection from this from the side stick to the control. So we are relying on those computers to pass information to the flight controls, and if they do not do it, we are going to have a serious problem. So hence we have a huge amount of redundancy in the system. We have 7 different flight control computers. But that being said, there can be multiple faults, and things can fail. All right, I'm just going to set 340. All right, flight level 340 is set, and VS minus 1,000. But yeah, there's tons of stuff. So I decided to have a little bit of fun last night with a double ELAC fault. So the ELAC is the elevator and aileron computer, and that's not a great fault to have. So basically what I did was I was doing a short flight last night, and I decided to simulate that we had MEL to ELAC 1, and I actually went to the MEL for ELAC 1, and the MEL is not great for the ELACs. Where's my... Alright. Let me go back to the, see if it's in the MMEL here. And the trouble is, like, the one I'm looking at is it's an MMEL supplement. It's not even the MMEL itself. Can I find... let's see here. Trying to find an actual A320 MEL here. Alright, let's see here, flight controls. See, this just lists what the items are, but it's not an actual MEL. Find some actual MEL for this aircraft. somewhere on the internet. Spring Airlines Company Limited. Alright, and I hear my dogs just doing a little whining right now, so I think they want to just go outside. So give me a second here. I did find something. I don't think it's not trainees, but well, no. Let me just give me 1 second, guys. I've just got to go and let these dogs outside. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Back with you here. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, just trying to find the MEL here. No, that's not it. I did find the FAA's MEL. Let's see here. So flight controls. Yeah, I did actually succeed in finding the FAA's MEL. Air conditioning. Let's scroll through this and see if I can find flight controls a little more quickly. Does anyone know the IATA code for, or the ATA code for flight controls, equipment and furnishings? Because I don't know it offhand. Let's see. Oops. Nope. All right. Show me the table of contents at least. Come on. Nope. Why can't I find flight controls? Find me flight controls. Lights, landing gear, indicating flight controls. There we are. 27. Alright. No change from the ASA MEL. I don't like that. It's very annoying to deal with. I would like to actually see what it actually says here. So I did actually find the FAA's MEL here. MMEL. Because the ELACs are an interesting one. Because they're such an important system. ELAC push button switch. No, it's not the ELAC push button itself, but the ELAC itself. Here we go. Alright, so ELAC computers. Let me just go back and see if there's anything else on this, but no, this is side stick sector. Okay, so ELAC elevator aileron computers. And then depending on what version you've got, yeah, depending on what version you've got. So let's say the earlier versions that maybe didn't have this certain modification, except for extended range operations, ELAC 1 or ALAC 1 function may be inoperative. So we couldn't do ETOPS without ELACs. We definitely need ELACs for ETOPS operations. Both accelerators associated with ELAC to operate normally. All side stick transducers. So you got all these things have to operate normally. Side stick transducers, ELAC to all the SECs, ADERs, SFCCs, LGCIUs, FACs, RAs, TR1, TR2, DC tie contactor 1 is verified closed before each departure. All roll spoilers operate normally. Elevators and roll spoilers control through the SECs is verified. Approach minimums do not require the use and above flight level 200. The use of speed brakes is limited to half position. With ELAC 1 roll channel failed degraded mode. ELAC 1 false alerts display. ELAC 1 is not supplied. F1 takeover push button cannot disengage autopilot 1. So there's all sorts of interesting notes here. And one that's not on here, but one that our company also imposed was that they did actually set some weather minimums to even dispatch with the ELAC faulty. So you can't do it because the implications of a secondary failure are so potentially not dangerous, but certainly there's a vast increase in workload for the departure process where you have to go through and make sure all these things are actually working, and maintenance will have to come and probably check out the airplane themselves and verify certain things. You're going to have to do an extra roll spoiler check before you actually start up the engines just to make sure everything's functioning properly. There's a whole big long procedure associated with it where you actually have to turn on all the hydraulics and actually do a whole bunch of checks on the flight controls to make sure everything is working properly with the ELACs, and you actually with the ELACs and with the ELAC that's left operating. Yeah, there's a lot to it, and especially if you have a secondary failure, now you really could have a very degraded performance aircraft. Our company won't allow dispatch to airports where the weather is basically almost below VFR. Like, it's got to be pretty much at least visual conditions, reasonable visual conditions. No ILS is down to minimums if you were to have a double ELAC failure. So, you know, we've got one already offline. Like, there's supposed to be two for redundancy purposes. We've got one already offline for the MEL. We're going to very much restrict what the aircraft can do. We'll let it fly, let it get, you know, potentially back home to the maintenance base and continue the trip it's on, but then get back home to the maintenance base to be fixed as quickly as possible. But we won't let it do that if it's going to be close to minimums, because it's going to be a lot of workload for the pilots to hand fly. And if you lose that second ELAC, like I simulated last night, it's not an impossible situation, but it is a vastly increased workload. So when you lose the second ELAC, so I had ELAC 1 off last night per the MEL, and then halfway through my flight, I failed ELAC number 2. And I was actually doing this online. I was flying VATSIM. My plan was to actually circle back and land and give the controllers a bit of a thrill, you know, just something different, you know, rather just to always stay straight up normal flights, you know, say, okay, here's a failure, here's an aircraft that requires some extra handling. And it would have required some extra handling. So when you lose the second ELAC, when you have a double ELAC failure, what you would lose is the ailerons. It's the only two computers that affect the ailerons, that control the ailerons are the ELACs, elevator and aileron computers. The elevators themselves have 5 times redundancy, because all the SECs can also provide control of the elevators. So the ELACs control elevators and ailerons. The SECs controls spoilers and elevators. So you have 5 times redundancy with the elevator system, but you only have double redundancy with the ailerons. So if you do lose both ELACs, as I did last night, you have no ailerons anymore. You still have roll spoilers, so you can still actually control the airplane, but what you will lose then hand in hand with the ailerons is you will lose the autopilot. And you will also lose a bunch of the protections. You'll go into alternate law instead of being in normal law. You'll go into alternate law. You'll lose certain protections from the normal law. But you can still fly the airplane. The airplane still flies somewhat normal. However, you've got to be more conscientious of it, and you've got to do it yourself. So this was a lot of work actually last night, because I was, you know, obviously still single pilot because it's you know, flight simulator. Flying the aircraft single pilot, hand flying it, and then trying to work through the faults. You know, we had the ECAM actions, trying to work through the ECAM actions, trying to make some decisions about what to do at that point. I had programmed a short flight. I had done Toronto-Ottawa last night with a double ELAC fault, and what I ended up happening was I had planned to go back to Toronto, but then I did my due diligence. Once I'd handled the ECAM, I said, okay, let's consider our possibilities. Pretty much it's about as short a flight as we can go. There's not too many places to divert en route, so we're pretty much either going to go forwards or go backwards. And when I started to actually look at the weather, I began to think to myself that going back to Toronto was actually not a suitable alternative, even though it's a bigger airport, longer runways. There was a couple of problems that Toronto posed for me when I actually started to really kind of drill down into it. The first was that the wind was very gusty out of the northwest. Not very gusty, but it was gusting 17 knots. It's not a huge wind, but when you don't have ailerons, we have degraded roll control abilities. Maybe taking an airport that's using a strong crosswind runway is not the best idea. So I thought, okay, well, let's go land on the let's go take the 33s. They're into the wind. They're not the active runway, but if we declare pan, you know, ATC should probably be able to accommodate us. But then I looked at the NOTAMs. 33 left is closed for for about 3 weeks. 33 right is closed for large portions of the day every day to accommodate some construction. So all of a sudden, neither 33 was available to me. I'd have to take the 17-knot gusty crosswind if I opted to go back to Toronto. So then I looked ahead to Ottawa, and Ottawa was not great either. I think I looked at Ottawa first, and the ceiling in Ottawa was broken at 500 feet. And the NOTAMs for the ILS 32 have it at 469 feet above ground right now. So all of a sudden, that was not a great option either. So I'm looking at both of these, and I'm like, I'd like to kind of, I don't want to do an approach down to minimums because I'm going to be hand flying it. I could do it, but I'd rather not. I'd rather mitigate the risk of going missed hand flying. And it's not that I don't think I can do it, but it is definitely a riskier maneuver when you're hand flying. It's a lot of workload, and especially me being a single pilot. In theory, we should have a first option to depend on, and we could do it. But I kind of looked at it and said, for me, operating single pilot, I'd rather not do a go around. So I'd rather not do any approaches that are going to be right down to minimums that could require a go around. But I also don't want to do a strong crosswind landing because I don't have aileron control. I only have roll spoiler control. I'm going to have degraded roll performance. I want to know. I don't want either of those. So I really had to sort of think about it. It took me a good 5 or 8 minutes of sort of analyzing all the data to finally come up with a plan. And my eventual plan was to do the straight in ILS 07 in Ottawa. The ILS 07 was right down to the normal minimums of 200 feet. So it was definitely kind of a slam dunk. There was a crosswind in Ottawa. The winds were like 350 at like 4 knots or something like that. So it was a small crosswind. I was willing to take that crosswind component on 07 rather than the higher minimums on 32. But it was a really interesting exercise. What I kind of started off as a bit of a lark, and it's just like, oh, we'll just play with this and see what the double ELAC fault looks like, and kind of work through it. And I haven't done this in a while. It turned into a really interesting decision-making exercise more than anything else. Neither option was great. Both of them probably were okay and probably would have been reasonably safe, but neither option was great. So I was kind of thinking to myself, like, what is the best option here? And I really had a hard time kind of coming up with it at the end of the day. All right, so we just passed our equal time point here, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. We're going to put TXKF here into our cruise page here, and we're going to set our next equitime point here. So on the data page here. So as soon as that's one cycled, I know we're now closer to Bermuda than Boston. Anything happens at this point in the flight, we're going to Bermuda, plain and simple. But let's work backwards from that now, and let's set new equal time point between Bermuda and our destination of San Juan, TJSJ. So now in, let's see here, equal time point 708 miles at 1706 Zulu, which is in 36 minutes. We are going to get closer to our destination than Bermuda. So not 36 minutes, in 1 hour and 36 minutes, excuse me. We haven't even got close to Bermuda yet. I wish I could kind of see where it was. It's off here somewhere. It is, let's see here, how far is Bermuda? Bermuda is 323 miles at a 167 bearing, so it's about here on our moving map. So we would have to make that left turn to go there. There's not a whole lot going on here. But I'm really trying to just kind of keep a mental note of where that airport is relative to us. And we should have another equitime point now further down the flight plan. So if I go back into plan mode just for a second here and go scroll through here, you'll see Balta and you will see Megs. And pretty much smack dab in the middle of my ETOPS leg is when I will be halfway between those two airports from a time perspective. So there we go. The reason it's not perfectly in the middle of that gap is that these ETOPS calculations that happen are idealized. They're a no-wind calculation because I won't say it's a paper exercise, but if you were to throw the winds on there and then say, well, okay, but then we leave an hour later, does that make it better or worse? It just starts to really kind of make the problem incredibly complex. So ETOPS operations are kind of based on a no-wind scenario. So what is 1 hour for this aircraft at its cruise speed around the destination airport? No wind. And that's where we'll draw our ETOPS circles. This is where our ETOPS operations take place, is 1 hour in a no-wind condition. And the winds are pretty light today, but if there's a strong tailwind and we can get back there faster, great. But it's one of those things where we're not gonna actually predicate it on the wind, just because that would add so much additional complexity to the calculation. We probably, it's not that the computers today couldn't handle it. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, the dispatching computers probably would have kind of choked on that much complexity. But it's also just a question of just like, we're at that point, let's not really kind of, what am I trying to say here? The exact precise moment that we enter ETOPS airspace is not a huge concern. What's a concern is that because we know we're going to be in it, we're always conscientious about the ETOPS concerns, about what are our destinations, what are our alternates, what's the weather doing there, and which one is basically the closest to us at any given point in time. So it's not about precisely, oh, well, the risk factor immediately triples the second you reach this point. It doesn't really, like at the end of the day, the risk factor, probably think it's probably almost more linear than anything. The farther we are from a suitable airport, the more risk we are at having bad things happen and not being able to make it back to an airport. It's not like suddenly at the 1 hour mark the risk suddenly is 10 times higher or 3 times higher or 5 times higher. It's just this is just a threshold, an arbitrary threshold we've chosen. So if we have to move the threshold a little bit, at the end of the day, the point is that we're thinking about it. The point is that we've decided that this is a flight that has a high enough risk factor that we need to make sure we're aware of what's happening at these alternates. We need to be aware of where they are relative to our flight. We need to have additional equipment on board because of the fact that we are operating further from these safe points. Anyways, yeah. I think I've talked ad nauseum about ETOPS now. If anyone has any questions about ETOPS, please feel free to ask. I think I've said almost everything I can say about it. I don't know what else I can say about it. I feel like I have talked for like at least half an hour about ETOPS operations and some other things that kind of relate to it. But yeah, like if we had an ELAC fault like we did last night, definitely could not do. It's right there in the MEL. You can't do ETOPS operations. You can't do extended range operations. Reverser doesn't have that requirement on it. Again, you may want to think about it as a pilot. Does this seem like a good idea? Definitely this has implications for the landing process. So if we have to land at alternates, does this reduce the possibilities of us landing at alternates? What is the runway length at our alternates is going to be a bit of an issue because we did definitely need a longer runway. When we're doing these takeoffs, we'll almost always need toga takeoffs when we have the thrust reverser off, just because we need to get to that takeoff distance sooner. We're not going to have as effective deceleration after the boarded takeoff. Likewise, we're not going to have as effective deceleration on the landing. So it needs to enter into definitely the concerns. I think it's reasonable to probably go on an ETOPS flight as long as it's not too far, as long as you're not too far from your destinations, and your destinations have reasonably long runways. But it's something you need to consider then. If one of your ETOPS alternates has a relatively short runway for your aircraft type, maybe it's not suitable today to do that with to dispatch with a reverser in op. These are the kind of things you have to think about when you're looking at the MELs. You got to think, what are the implications of this MEL? And not just what are the implications of this MEL directly right now on the aircraft, but what are the implications if one more thing fails? And that's what really a lot of the MEL stuff is about. The restrictions are all about. Like, you look at this and it says, in order for us to dispatch with an ELAC inoperative, we got to check a whole bunch of functions of other stuff to make sure we think everything else is working. We got to have all this other equipment functioning, ELAC 2, all the SECs, all the ADERs, all the SFCCs, all the LGCIUs, all the FACs, all the RAs. All these things need to operate normally, TR1, TR2. We've lost a big amount of redundancy in the system. We need to be pretty sure that everything else is going to work properly, because there's a good chance if one more thing fails, we could find ourselves into a very degraded situation. It's not the airplane won't fly, but the other thing too is that the workload on the crew will skyrocket if we get another major fault that happens. And that's kind of what happened to me last night. Like, it was a lot of work for me to fly the airplane, hand fly the airplane, and I'll be honest, I did not do a great job hand flying it. I tried to, but I was also doing everything else as the PM's job. I was running landing distance calculations and trying to figure out the crosswinds, looking at the charts to see what the weather minimums were, looking over the NOTAMs. I was, running the ECAM actions itself, all while still trying to hand fly the airplane. It was a lot of work to put on one person. It really should be two people. I got it there, but my altitude hold was not great in cruise, to be honest. I was just trying to use the brief cruise period to try and come up with a plan and execute the plan. Set up the arrival, set up the approach, put in the landing data and everything. So it was definitely a challenge to do that one, and that's what they're kind of looking at, is like, normally, you know, you get two very responsible, very well-trained professional pilots sitting in the flight deck, and it's almost boring because so little stuff happens. But you want to kind of keep it that way to a certain degree because you want them to have the spare mental capacity to deal with one thing that might come up. The second you get more than one thing come up at the same time, and stuff does come up, you know, it may not be always the same things, but like, what if you have, you know, a double ELAC fault, and then the flight attendant calls and says, yeah, passenger in the back is having a seizure or diabetic, you know, a diabetic episode or a heart attack or something. It's like, I don't have the additional mental capacity to deal with a medical issue and try and get a hold of a doctor and think about a medical diversion when I'm just trying to hand fly the airplane and come up with the best place to land even without thinking about that. So things can very quickly snowball. So if we can try not to overload the crew with tasks that are way beyond, not way beyond, but just simply dominate their attention, it still leaves them open to consider other tasks and also to consider threats and outside risks that may be creeping in that they're not aware of if they're both focused on this. And we've seen this in many Mayday episodes where the crew is so focused on one task, and I was watching one yesterday, and as soon as something untoward happened, everybody's looking up at it and nobody's flying the airplane. And I'm sure it was a dramatization, but I'm sure that's probably what happened in the real flight deck. It does happen. We're human beings. When we see something unusual, we all want to look at it. We don't want to look at the normal thing. It's very hard for the PF to stay focused on the PFD and nothing else when there's interesting stuff happening. Hey, look, there's an ELAC failure. Oh, okay, what are you going to do? Well, let's see what the ECAM actions are for that. You know, I want to see it too because I want to know what's happening too, because partly because I'm a fellow pilot and I need to monitor what's going on in the flight deck in all dimensions, but also curiosity will get to me. So it's very, it can be very tough to sort of maintain your focus on the flying the airplane. I know it's the Airbus golden rule, but we're all human beings. When we see something unusual, we all want to look at it. You see a yellow light or a red light go off in the flight deck, we all look at it immediately. Yeah, so if we can do anything to kind of keep the workload down and make sure that the pilots do have enough spare mental ability to be able to still monitor the airplane and make some choices and that sort of thing, that could be very useful. So that's what a lot of the stuff in the MEL does, is it tries to minimize the risks of something happening. And that's why, like, we don't allow extended range operations if we've got a lot of redundancy if we've got a major redundant system that's out of commission. Because we don't want to put the pilots in a point where if the second system fails and there's now no systems left, now they're hand flying for an hour and a half trying to figure out the weather and everything. I mean, even an ELAC failure is not a terrible failure in and of itself, but it's hand flying. So if one pilot's going to be constantly hand flying, they're not going to be focused on what's going on. And I can attest to that when I've flown in the simulator, and I've done some of these command sims very often. This is the kind of scenario you get like a double ELAC fault, you get like a double FCU fault, something that's going to kick off the autopilot and is going to require somebody to hand fly the airplane while the other person does most of the rest of the work, because that really requires a lot of division of workload, you know, a lot of communication across the flight deck to make sure everyone knows what's going on, because the person flying is not going to have a lot of spare attention. Even a person who's, you know, got 5,000 or 10,000 hours in an airplane, we're used to flying around most of the time with the autopilot on and letting the autopilot do just the gentle, you know, up and down adjustments to hold altitude. When you have to do that yourself and you know, the gentle adjustments even left and right to just sort of hold course. And it's constantly making these small adjustments that you kind of don't even realize the autopilot's making it. We're watching it, we're seeing it here, but it's so subtle that we're not even seeing that. It doesn't seem like it's doing that much, but it is doing stuff. When you have to do that as a pilot flying, your workload can go up quite dramatically, and your ability to take in information about anything else that's happening in the flight deck goes way down, which is one of the reasons why when you do have a major failure like this, the person who should be flying the airplane by hand is the first officer. The captain needs to kind of really maintain an overall picture of what's going on with the airplane. So even if it's the captain's leg to fly, usually you get these kind of faults, and that's one of the things they're kind of looking for in the command sim is what does the captain do? Does he just sit there and try to do everything and hand fly the airplane and the FO does nothing, or he tries to participate in everything the FO is doing while he's hand flying the airplane, or does he just give control of the FO? Because, you know, yes, the captain's responsible for what happens to the airplane, but the FO should be fully trained, should be fully able to fly an airplane both by hand and on the autopilot. and the captain really has to be able to step back and manage the situation overall. What is the situation? Where are we going to go? Is there an airport around nearby that we can go to? You know, I got to communicate with company. I've got to plan a diversion. I've got to crunch landing numbers and set up an approach and everything else. And there's a lot of stuff that has to happen in addition. So probably better for the captain to kind of maintain more mental capacity for the overall management of the flight, while the first officer uses most of their spare mental capacity to actually fly the airplane. Alright, hopefully my dogs have spent long enough outside. I'm going to step away for a second and just let them back in. I will be right back. Go. All right, back on the flight deck. If you guys want to ask any questions about this, about ETOPS at all, I can do my best to answer. I haven't had a whole lot of practice at it, to be honest. The Airbus does not do a lot of the ETOPS flying, so really haven't had a whole lot of practice about it, but we've done some of the training, you know, in the sim. We do have some of the checklists for ETOPS operations. The other thing about ETOPS too that also makes it a slightly higher risk operation is not just like the lack of alternate airports to divert to, but also you're dealing with generally degraded communication facilities, degraded nav aid facilities, radar coverage, that sort of thing. So you're often, the thing that makes ETOPS a little bit more challenging again is also you're often in a non-radar environment. So if anything untoward happens, you need to be ready you need to be ready to, you know, to divert, but also to sort of be independent. You may be out of range of a suitable diversion alternate, but you may also be out of range of communication with ATC, or very reliable communication anyways. You may have HF radios, you may have some fuzz on them, you may or may not be able to get them. So when something happens, you have a pressurization issue or an engine failure or something at altitude while you're cruising out over the Atlantic, you know, outside of radar coverage, ATC is not going to be able to guide you towards the next airport very well. You're going to have to kind of find your own way there. They may not even be able to give you a clearance right away, so you lose an engine, you have to start drifting down within about 60 seconds. They may not be able to get you clearance right away. They may have to identify where the other aircraft are relative to you. So things you may want to consider is certainly while we're out here in the ETOPS airspace, we may want to consider slopping as well, which is something that let's see if I can find the card on slopping here anyways, but strategic lateral offset procedures, which basically means not flying right down the center of an airway, but flying slightly to the side of the airway in the hopes let's see here. In the hopes that you will be on the same track as somebody else. So I haven't actually done it here, but let's do some slop if we can do it here. So let's do, can I do it from here? Offset. Let's do 2 to the right. Insert. And we are now going to actually fly 2 miles to the right of the actual filed track. Let's see if I can... let's see here. So the one thing you need to know, of course, is when to stop slopping, which is, of course, when you're going to re-enter controlled airspace and radar coverage. So let's see here. After Percha, Hansi, Thank. I think Thank is where we'd have to end. And normally the MCDU should actually let us be able to pick when we end the offset. So now we're in a turn. That's a pretty substantial turn of 30 degrees. That was kind of unnecessary to turn at 30 degrees airplane. But now you can see, and it actually shows us here, we're actually 2 miles to the right. So SLOP, strategic lateral offset procedures, basically allows an aircraft to fly anywhere between the center of its track and 2 miles to the right. Now the Airbus is only allowed to do even intervals, so we can go 0, 1, or 2 miles to the right. A lot of other aircraft will allow you to do the decimal, so you can do 1.2 to the right or 1.7 to the right. And what this just allows us to do is not fly directly underneath other airplanes, so if we suddenly have to start down, hopefully there's nobody else that has picked this. We just pick it at random, and that's the thing about SLOP, is everyone just sort of picks a SLOP at random. You may opt to do just 0 that day, you may opt to do full 2, you may opt to do 1.4. And the idea is hopefully that not all the airplanes that are on the same airway will be flying right on top of each other. It allows you to A, avoid wake turbulence from other aircraft. So if there's another aircraft flying the same route 1,000 feet above you and you keep kind of running into their wake, or you're worried about running into their wake, if you offset a half mile to the right, maybe that'll put you well to the right of their wake. And the other thing is that if you have to suddenly start an emergency descent, hopefully there's nobody directly underneath you if everyone's sort of randomly choosing some SLOP offset. So we can only do this in the non-radar environments. We can do this in waters. We can do this, I'm pretty sure we can do this in the North Atlantic airspace as well. But the thing is that by the time we get back into the radar environment, we need to make sure that we're back on the actual track. So this is purely for non-radar environments. So we need to figure out where the water's airspace ends and when to get back on course. So let's see if I have air. Just trying to figure out when this potentially might end here. I have this actually loaded up here. The Navigraph chart actually might be a good way to figure this out here. Let's have a look-see here. So if we go into the, let's see here. Let's just, stay in map mode here. Just like this, yeah. So you can see when we leave the San Juan oceanic airspace and we re-enter the San Juan domestic FIR here, which happens at Hansi, we've got to make sure that we have terminated any SLOP and we're back on course by the time we get to Hansi. But between here and Hansi, we can SLOP as much as we want. So basically we can SLOP anywhere from Cape, where we entered the oceanic airspace, all the way down to Hansi, where we leave it. So we'll put that in there, and it's nice the way it draws it on there, so you can actually see your actual planned track that the airplane's going to fly, but also the flight plan track, so you can see that we are actually offset by that 2 miles. And we should also be able to, and it doesn't seem like this is going to support it, but the Airbus should support also the entry and the exit point. So you can actually put onto this, onto the offset page, you can actually put Hansi as a stop offset point, and it will plan and it will perfectly fly back on just in time to be back on course at Hansi. Doesn't look like the Fenix supports that, which is kind of surprising for the amount of versatility of the Fenix FMS. I mean, that's pretty deep. That is, I will give them this, that's pretty deep in the FMS system. So if they don't have that, not the end of the world. We'll have to remember to make sure we exit the SLOP before we get to Hansi. But that also kind of leads us into some of the other emergency procedures that happen when you're out in oceanic airspace. Again, because you're often out of range of ATC, you may or may not have direct communication. You may or may not be able to raise them on HF radio, and you may not always be able to raise them quickly and reliably. There are also contingency procedures for ETOPS airspace. So if you have anything that requires an emergency descent, generally that's limited to either a pressurization issue where you need to do an emergency descent for pressurization reasons, or an engine failure or fire where you are shut down an engine and you're going to start a drift down procedure. You have to get off course because you don't know. You know that there's probably other airplanes flying this one particular route, but you don't know where they necessarily all are. They may be flying different speeds, different altitudes. So if you have any kind of a failure, and it's in our QRH, oceanic diversion engine out or all engine, and so unable to obtain ATC clearance, we turn 30 degrees right or left and establish an offset of 5 miles. So if everybody on this airway is between 0 and 2 miles offset, then there's a couple more miles of margin outside that. If we have an emergency, we have to start descending. If we go 5 miles to either side of the airway, chances are we're not crossing too many airways once we're oceanic, because most of the airways are parallel to each other. Then we are now safe to descend without being at risk of hitting other airplanes, even if we're not talking to people. So there are a few airways. We're actually off airway a little bit here, which is probably a little bit unusual. We're a little bit off airway here. So we came in at Kate. The other thing we'd have to do is position reports as well. But for Meg, we're on the airway. So on the airway, but you can see how the airways are mostly parallel. They don't, I mean, there are crosses, points where they cross. The odds of you, descending on top of an aircraft when you're parallel on the same airway, okay, that's possible. The odds of you actually descending on top of another aircraft when you're crossing an airway at a 90-degree angle or close to 90-degree angle is so infinitesimally small. And definitely it is the safest way to do it. If you can get a clearance, we absolutely should try, but there are also contingency procedures for when you can't get a clearance, when it's just, you're just out of range, you just can't get a clearance, and you've lost an engine, so you're going down. There's no two ways about it. You cannot maintain 34,000 feet. You have to go down. We don't necessarily want to, but we have to. So turn to one way or the other, and start setting up your descent. As soon as you get to 5 miles off course, you can descend pretty freely. So if you start the turn right away, you'll be 5 miles offset pretty quickly. Probably within 60 seconds or 90 seconds. So probably before the speed even rolls back far enough that we're actually at the green dot speed, which is our descent speed with an engine out. We've probably gone far enough off course, as long as you react quickly, and that's the key, is you've got to be ready to react quickly. So you got to be aware of these procedures, and if something happens right now to the engine or to the pressurization system, we've got to start another right turn immediately. 30 degrees until we're 5 miles offset, so we can set the 5 mile offset up in our FMC and intercept that, but we can start the turn right away. We're getting there. If I zoom back out again, you can see Bermuda was right here, so we're almost at being Bermuda. Not much going on out here though today. Not much ATC. There's my VATSIM. We had our Boston ATC. I think that's all we're getting. Yeah. There is a New York Center online now. We did pass through their airspace a while ago. Looks like the New York Center logged on, but too late. We're long gone from that now. Nothing between us and San Juan. A couple people on the ground. A couple aircraft inbound to San Juan. So there is some stuff out there. But there is some traffic out there, but there's not much in terms of ATC. Maybe as the day goes on, maybe someone will log on at San Juan. San Juan is kind of popular. You do see ATC on there once in a while. But yeah. What else can we talk about? I think I've probably kind of really beaten this ETOPS thing into the ground, I think, here. Like I said, I'm always willing to answer more questions. If anything I'm talking about brings up a question, please ask me. But I think I've kind of beaten the ETOPS into the ground. So what else did I have that I can talk about here? Just trying to think if there's anything else. At least we don't have a hurricane out here anymore either, but generally, the waters between the North America and Bermuda are generally considered pretty benign. There's generally not a lot of weather. You'll get some convective activity here and there, but you'll also get a lot of sunny days. Not a lot of weather, but you will get hurricanes through here. And this, we're kind of coming to the trail end of the peak of, we're past, I think, peak hurricane season. We're definitely in there hurricane season. Hurricane Lee was pretty impressive, and I think all of us dodged a bullet with Hurricane Lee pretty much. That was a pretty impressive storm, I believe. I believe, if I read correctly, it was the fastest intensifying hurricane on record. It went from Category 1 to Category 5 in 24 hours. In one day, it went from Category 1 to Category 5. Fortunately, it was well out over the ocean, and it stayed there. It did eventually make landfall, but by the time it made landfall, it was way back down to Cat 1 and quickly fell sub Cat 1. But I think the U.S. East Coast really kind of dodged a bullet with Lee moving north as far as it did. It did hit the Canadian Maritimes. It was not great, but even I think most people in the Maritimes agreed it was definitely not as bad as it could have been, and as some people thought it was going to be in the beginning. There's sort of, this potentially a major storm. It did turn into quite a lot of wind. I did see like Halifax was gusting like 65 knots, and quite a lot of rain, but it was not as widespread or as damaging as some of the original predictions kind of indicated it might be, and I think that was, and of course that's a good thing. But yeah, I think we all kind of dodged a bullet. I flew right past it twice. I flew both ways right over it, and it was not a terrible ride, all things considered. We looked at our turbulence forecast. The turbulence forecast looked really bad. We're like, oh, no one's gonna get up for like an hour and a half while we're on these flights, because we're just gonna be like in it the whole time. It was not terrible. There was definitely continuous light chop. a handful of kind of moderate bumps, but it was not. It was a very reasonable amount of turbulence. It was not. It wasn't a perfectly pleasant flight, but it wasn't bad. I've definitely been through bad turbulence, and that was not bad. And we went both ways through it. It was kind of the same deal. Sort of initially on the western arm, you stayed a little bit low, stayed underneath it, and then you kind of climbed up midway through, and it was some light chop, a few moderate bumps, nothing terrible. So, but glad that it didn't turn into anything that terrible either. You know what? I haven't been doing it all this time. I've been yakking away. I have not done a single fuel check since we took off. So let's do that just to make sure we are kind of on track here. Alright, so let's do this first of all. This guy started a timer when we took off, which is great, and I did. And I did as well. So we took off from Boston at 14:57, $14.31, which sounds about right. Alright, so we took off from Boston about 14:31. Let's call it 14:31. So let's go forward this whole thing here. So we started Boston. 14:31, and let's just do some checks because I really should be doing this. And I've been chatty today. I've been very chatty. You can't forget the job just because you chat. So let's just do some updates here. Make sure that this is all good here. Because it does happen, like, and honestly, like, we, as pilots, we have so much time to kill, like, we try to find stuff to talk about, and some people are easy to talk to, some people not so much, some people you try to crack them open, and some people respond well, some people just are not big talkers. They're, you know, small talk is a bit of an art form. Some people like it, some people don't. I you know, if I'm going to spend, 4 or 5 hours sitting next to somebody, I might as well try and get along with them. 17, you know, so I do my best to try and find things in common that we can talk about, but sometimes it doesn't happen. But most of the time it does. Most people, most pilots are we're all in this business together. We know, you know, we've got hours to kill together. We can either be antisocial or we can try and talk and discuss and make the most of the time together, learn things about people, you know, expand our worldview. And sometimes you'll have a pairing with a guy that you just absolutely hit it off with. You might have been a total stranger at the beginning of the pairing, and you feel like you guys are best friends by the end of it. You just find so much stuff to talk about in common. It happens. Not every pairing. So in some pairings, you know, you sort of strike a middle ground. The last pairing I was on, we got along famously. We didn't stop talking about stuff the entire pairing, and it was a long pairing. It was 3 days. We must have spent probably, collectively over those 3 days, we probably spent about 16 or 18 hours together. We almost never failed to find something to talk about. Alright, so a beam dazer. Things are looking good right now. We are actually 3 minutes early according to the flight plan, and we're also up on fuel by 800 kilograms. Now that being said, I don't have any other checkpoints really that I've done so far, so I don't have much of a trend. So when we get to Bolton, we'll definitely have to see, definitely kind of reevaluate, because we need a little bit more just to see what the trend is. You know, usually the takeoff and landing there's some variations in there, but to make sure that the trend right now looks good, but we definitely need a second data point to really verify that trend. But it's looking good. All right, what else? We can also just quickly have a look here at the star. So yeah, we kind of just glossed over it when we were leaving, but let's have a quick look at the arrival into San Juan here as well. So star Sailor 2. So we ended Sailor, but I believe Sailor 2 was a transit, will allow us to transition. It actually has thank and exit in there. I know we have thank. We have thank pulling Sailor. But this allows us to transition nicely here into the arrival process, and will set us up for the arrival. So let's just gonna get some weather here, just to see if it's no, it's a weather profile. Really? KBOS-TJSJ. Okay, let's do it this way. Get an ATIS. Yes, we do. ATIS info. ILS visual approach is 10 and use departing 10. Run no temps, 8 closed, 26 closed. Good to know. Alright, so 10 it is. So, yeah, so it sets us up nicely for runway 10. Why the sudden change in power center? We're just going too fast? Yeah, we gain a little bit of altitude. Sometimes the soft hold can be a little shocking. Because it won't do anything until things start to get quite far off of the ideal, and then it'll suddenly make a big deal out of it. Alright, so there's the ILS are locked at 10. Yeah, so the star, the sailor arrival, it sets us up more or less on a base. It'll have a little bit of a conflict, but let's go ahead and put it in. I would assume that we'd probably get cleared for it. So let's do that. So let's do arrival. We're going to plan the ILS to 10 because 8 is closed. And we're going to plan the sailor to arrival with no transition. Let's see what this puts in here for waypoints. So angling sailor, and then after sailor, it takes us to Flabo. Yep. It's got the sailor at 11,000. Perfect. Flabo. Plino above 6,000. And then deceleration waypoint, it takes us to track 197 to Plino, then on track 197 to Tanner. Oh, here's the transition. So Flabo, Plino, Tanner. Flabo, Plino, Tanner. And that sets us up nicely for the ILS to 10, so that just perfectly sets us up. Okay, so we're going to brief it later, but at least it's nicely set up now. We got a perfectly accurate plan here. 916 miles still to go, 18:13 the arrival time. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's going to be it's a long flight. It is a long flight. There's no doubt about it. I'm starting to already get kind of hungry. I might take myself a little lunch break here shortly because I am already getting hungry. Alright, this pressurization keeps popping up because he's having a little variation there. Alright, so we went through that, so we fixed that, so we do have the star programmed in. We've got a long way to go till we even hit the star. We've still got like an hour and a half till we hit the star, but it's there. It's in the box. What else can we talk about here? There are a couple of airplanes that I'm kind of looking forward to, and then there's two airplanes that I'm looking forward to, and I will probably have to pick them up at some point. And the reason why is because they're airplanes that I have flown in the past, so I'm looking forward to flying them again. And I've flown them both in the P3D world, and I look forward to flying them in MSFS because I think they're both good aircraft. So let's see if I can find. Trying to find information about these things here. Recent releases. I don't want to find recent releases. I want to find. There we go. So FS Reborn is developing the M500 Meridian for MSFS, and that was a fun little airplane. That was a little sports car of an airplane. She's not very big, doesn't have a whole lot of carrying capacity, but boy, that thing can go pretty fast. Nice PT6 strapped on the front, that thing takes off. Not a lot of load carrying capacity. It was a challenging airplane, and actually, it was in a lot of ways, it was a really good airplane. It would be a really good airplane from a perspective of a flight testing. You know, kind of idealized pilot. There's a simulation of a bird strike. Accompanied by an extremely realistic crack in the windshield, loss of pressurization. That's kind of neat. That's a neat little gimmick. I've never seen that before. That's that in MSFS or any flight sim, but that's kind of a neat little gimmick there. But yeah, the Meridian was definitely it's a nice airplane. It's a fantastic flight deck because it's got the G1000 flight deck, so it's very it's very easy to fly, very friendly. A little bit. One thing I found about it as a pilot was it's a little bit skittish, if you will, in a crosswind. The straight gear and the very long wing, you know, it gets picked up very easily by a little bit of crosswind. So you really have to kind of be a very disciplined pilot to fly it. You have to fly the crosswind technique properly and really be attentive to fly it. And it works fine if you are, but you can't let your guard down on it, especially in a crosswind, because it does tend to kind of lift the wing a little bit because it's a long wing. You do need the proper controls into the wind. But it's a nice airplane. It's not hard to fly, not hard to learn. It goes pretty fast. The G1000 makes it pretty easy, and yeah. But I always thought, like, when I was operating it, like, this is the ideal airplane for like a flight test. And just from the perspective of, I remember, you know, doing the commercial, the airline transport flight test, and even the PPL, you know, they get you to do all these weight and balance problems. It's like, you have these passengers, they want to go here. It's like, okay, how much fuel do you need? Based on this fuel consumption, how much fuel do you need to fly this airplane there? It gives you a page on the POH. You got to kind of look at it and analyze it. And I always thought the Meridian would have been a great airplane for like the commercial level, because there's such a trade-off between fuel and load in that airplane. It does not carry a lot of fuel. It doesn't burn a lot of fuel. But the trouble is, like, you put more than I think the third body in there. Once you start to put 3 bodies or more into that airplane, and that includes the crew, you can't take full fuel anymore. So you start taking fuel out of the tank, and each person that you put in there is about 45 minutes worth of fuel out of the tanks. If you try to put 6 people in there, it's a hard airplane to fly any distance. It's almost impossible to fly IFR with 6 people in there, because the fuel load ends up being less than 50%, and you often don't have IFR reserves in that respect. As long as you're taking a handful of people, 1 pilot and 1 or 2 passengers, it's a very reasonable airplane. It can go a pretty good distance, go about 1,000 miles, and with some reasonable IFR reserves. It's got, like I said, it's got a nice bit of kit with the G1000 on the front. Yeah, it was definitely an airplane where you sometimes had to compromise between weight and between load and fuel. As an operator, we often had that compromise, and I would often get called out by the salespeople at our company when they were trying to plan a charter, and they're like, "Can you do this in this airplane?" We're quoting them like 3 different airplanes at 3 different levels to kind of see what they want to do, but we just want to know, can the Meridian do this? And I would often have to kind of sit down with the computer and crunch the numbers and say, yes, we can do that nonstop, or no, we would have to make a stop. So this is my estimate of the time and distance and everything, and this is how we'd have to fly it. And I will have to say that at the companies I worked for, the salespeople were great about that. If they had a question, they weren't sure. I kind of gave them like a when they first started flying it, I gave them like a kind of an outline, if you will, like, with 4 people in the airplane or 3 people in the airplane, this is roughly the range. Pardon me. This is roughly the range of the airplane with 3 or 4 people in it. But if it was ever kind of close, they would always just phone me up or send me an email and say, "Hey, can you crunch the numbers for this so we can make a quote and decide if it works nonstop or not?" And I'd gladly do it. But it was one where you did have to do those calculations a lot. You had to figure out what was the max fuel you could take with the given passenger load, and was that enough to hold a reasonable alternate. Again, because the fuel burn was so low, you didn't need a whole lot of fuel for the alternates, but if you start taking out another 200 pounds of fuel because you put another passenger in, that might be your alternate fuel. So yeah, it was a challenging airplane in a lot of respects from a numbers administrative side, but it was a fun airplane to fly. I'm looking forward to flying that in the sim. It was a great airplane to fly. I always enjoyed it. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward to operate. So I'm looking forward to seeing these guys. It's got a lot of great reviews. So we'll see how it looks, but it looks really good. Just look at the interior; it looks pretty good. I gotta say, that looks pretty accurate for the best of my recollection. Looks like they got a nice EFB to kind of operate everything, organize everything, which is great. Yeah, that was a fun airplane. The other one, of course, that I did operate years ago was the PC-12, and I'm trying to think who's doing it right now. It's who's doing the high quality PC-12? SimWorks Studios, yeah. And they recently announced that they are nearing completion, that they're kind of into their final builds on the PC-12. But the PC-12 was a very nice aircraft to fly, very pilot friendly, depending on which version you've got. And I'm not sure which version they're going with here. It looks like they're going with the older versions, the PC-1245. The initial release will include the 4-bladed PC-1247 variant, but it looks like not the PC-12NG variant. The PC-12NG had like a full-on like FMS system. But this is like, you look at this flight deck, it's a pretty clean flight deck. This is one of the first airplanes I flew after I stopped working as a flight instructor, and I was very impressed with the ergonomics of this flight deck. It's a very modern airplane. It was designed in the early 2000s, late 90s, I guess. Late 90s, I guess, it was designed. But a lot of modern bells and whistles. The GPS system was just a GNS 530 and 430, so it wasn't exactly like highly integrated. The NG really took it to another level. But you know, electronic HSI, electronic attitude indicator, more standard backup instruments. But everything was very clean lines, very very well organized, the flight deck. So you didn't have a whole hard time finding stuff. It was a very comfortable airplane to fly, and it was a carrier. It was a load carrier. If I can find the external shot, but that cargo door made that airplane over the years, and I don't even have really a shot that shows it. But yeah, there it is. But like this whole cargo door that they put in the back of this thing was designed. It was designed to take a standard cargo pallet. It's just over 4 feet wide, just over 4 feet tall. It's designed to take a standard cargo pallet. So if you take the seats out, you can actually load cargo pallets in this thing. It's an incredibly versatile airplane, relatively low operating cost because it's single engine. But it is a PT6. If you're gonna trust your life to a single engine in the aviation industry, you trust your life to a PT6 because those engines are just about bulletproof. You know, collectively, like they've operated like over 1 million hours, I think, the PT6. It's just, as far as turboprops go, it's a 70-year-old design now. I think it was like just post World War II the PT6 was originally created. Might have been during World War II, but it just speaks to the ruggedness of that design. And you look at like some of the stuff that's being built today, and you know, some things today are being built with such fancy electronics, but they're not rugged. They rely on these electronics to function, and the electronics, you know, maybe take out some weight, make things operate a little more efficiently. But you often, you know, you lose a little bit of reliability sometimes with all these fancy electronic doodads. There's something to be said for just a straight up, you know, a straight up engine that relies on much simpler things. You know, the Meridian. It also has the PT6 in the front. I honestly can't remember about the PC-12, but the Meridian didn't even have a FADEC. It actually had a mechanical, hydromechanical fuel control unit. So it actually had. How to even describe it? It had like a little cylinder that was carved in certain ways that, depending on where you put the thrust levers and what speed the engine was turning at right now, it would allow a certain amount more fuel. But it was all mechanical. It was not measured off by electronics. It was the fuel control unit itself was a mechanical fuel control unit. I found it was fairly reliable when I used it, but there's something sometimes to be said for those mechanical devices that are perhaps more reliable. Yes, it's one thing that can break, but I find less prone to bugs than sometimes the electronic stuff. And the trouble with the electronic stuff too is the electronic stuff is usually much more expensive to repair. And this is the problem we're finding with cars nowadays, is that all these electronic doodads in the cars, when they break down, you're suddenly up $5,000 for a new computer for your car. And it's like, whereas the repair in the olden days, like I was reading the one horror story, and it's an extreme example, but the guy, it cost a guy who owned a truck $5,600 to change the taillight on his truck because it turns out it was getting moisture in the taillight. What ended up happening though was because the taillight was controlled by not by a wire, but by the entire bus, the electronic network bus in the car. When that water leaked in there and shorted out the light, it destroyed that network bus, and they had to reinstall a whole bunch of components in the car, not just the light itself, but it destroyed a whole bunch of different components when it shorted out and spiked the voltage on the bus. And this is the trouble. And like people are like, oh yeah, but it saves weight because we want to run one set of wires around the whole car instead of having to run a wire to each individual thing. I'm sorry, but like for a car, I'm sorry, I'm old-fashioned maybe, but I would rather just have one individual wire going out to the taillight, one individual wire going out to the turn signals, than rely on this fancy computer. Because the second that thing breaks, you can't fix it. You got to take it to the dealer. You got to wait for them to get parts. It's going to be months for them to get parts. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars to replace to repair the taillight. It's like, Yeah, I know, and I've been accused of being a Luddite before, but I'm just, is your life really that much better with that communication bus in the car? And I tend to think that no. I think that you know, the Henry Ford philosophy of you know, the simplest thing is going to be the least prone to breaking and the easiest to diagnose and troubleshoot. And I tend to kind of agree with that philosophy in a lot of cases, and certainly with my automobiles. I like to kind of work on my cars, be able to at least do some stuff, be able to change taillights and stuff like that. You can't even do that anymore because it's all electronic, it's all integrated components. It's, you know, the road we're going down with car design is it's a bad road, if you'll pardon the pun. But yeah, just way overly complicated designs to do the most basic functions, just to kind of make it look fancier, maybe. You know, oh, you know, we can run everything to the bus, and then you can do all sorts of fancy things. It's like you can make the turn signal flash at whatever speed you want. It's like, yeah, okay, but like, do we really need that feature? Is that really something you really need? Like, there's some stuff that, like, yeah, okay, yeah, like I get like the entertainment system, maybe the speakers could benefit from running through the bus, but like some of the more basic stuff, like just running the turn signals and the headlights, like just put a wire on there. Just put a single wire that goes to the switch. Put a single switch, single wire. Get away from like the computers controlling everything, because you're adding way too many points of failure, potential points of failure. And I know why the car companies are doing it, because then they make money off those potential points of failure. Oh, it broke. Oh, it's out of warranty. Oh, we got to charge you $1,000 for that replacement part. You know, and it's just it's way too much, way too many complicated points of failure. I was actually reading about the home assistance system that it's something that I might be interested in myself, because I have this problem as well, and probably most of you guys do. Is we're kind of moving into this era of more and more connected devices. I won't call them smart devices, because in most cases they're not smart. They're not smart at all. They're dumber than the straight up dumb light switches and whatnot. But all these connected devices that then don't play nicely with each other, and you need to have 17 apps on your phone to run all the different connected devices you might have in your home. I'm not big on them, but I do have a few things here and there. I've had a few things given to me as gifts, and I've done a few things myself. But none of them play nicely with each other, and they all require external servers to do anything. And that's the part that, you know, that is the dumb part. Is you know, your home has to be connected, and you are reliant on these outside servers and outside services to control these devices within your house. And I have to ask the question. I asked the question with Microsoft and with Flight Simulator, and you know, their satellite, you know, all their satellite imagery. What happens when those servers go offline, either temporarily because of a glitch, or permanently one day when they just decide that there's not enough people using it, and they're losing money on it, and they shut it down. And I think we saw in the conclusion to season 10 what MSFS looks like without those servers. And basically it looks a lot like P3D did. Very, you know, back to land classes. It's very rudimentary terrain, and it works. It kind of gets the illusion across, but it's not great. You know, the satellite imagery really makes the same. And not that I'm afraid of a Sobel running away from it anytime soon, but it seems like almost all software today has a very fixed, limited lifespan, and at some point it's going to stop working. And it's a little bit disappointing. You know, you go back to software, you know, even like games 20 or 30 years ago, and it was none of this stuff was designed to necessarily have an expiry date. As long as you had a system that supported it, you would continue to run it. And I think, you know, back to like some of my favorite games when I was a kid, like Civilization, like the original Civilization. You know, if you still had that disc and a reader that could read that disc, you could probably still play that game today. You might need an emulator, but you could probably play that game today. You know, it didn't rely on anything outside. It was the complete package was contained there. It didn't need to call a server and ask for information or verify, you know, your ownership, your license for the software. It just ran, and it just seems like we're going so far down that road with computers as well. As like nothing works. Like I look at Windows now. Windows is horrendous. In the amount of information it tries to hoover up the advertising that's built into the operating system. Windows used to be an operating system. Now it's like an advertising vehicle, more than an operating system. And it's very frustrating. It makes me want to go. I used Linux briefly when I was younger. I don't know if I have the patience for it again, but there's days where I think about switching back to Linux again, because I'm getting so tired of the Windows ecosystem. And, certainly Apple is no better. Apple's ecosystem is also all about selling you additional products. And you know, your operating system should be just that. It should be an operating system. It should run your computer. It shouldn't be trying to sell you additional products constantly. That just really bugs me. I pay money to look at advertising. You pay money to buy Windows, and then all they do is advertise the whole time after you bought it. You know, you used to buy a word processor or a spreadsheet program like Office or any of their better competitors out there, and that was it. You had a word processor, you had a spreadsheet. Now they want you to pay for it every year, $10 a year, instead of just paying $60 once and use it in perpetuity. I still use Office 2007 because I still maintain that not much has gotten any better since then. You know, the only thing that they seem to have added is you know, forcing you into OneDrive now. Oh, all your stuff is going to be supported on OneDrive. It's going to be stored on OneDrive. It's like, I don't want that. I want it all stored on OneDrive. 1622 and 10,000. All right, so yeah, we'll just call it 10.0. So looking at Bolton here, it looks like our trend is holding up. We've got we're still 3 minutes ahead of the original plan, so the trend is holding up there, which is great. And we are also still up. We were up 0.8 over here. We're now up about 1.1, so we are making fuel, probably because Fenix doesn't actually burn the extra fuel that I planned on burning. So we're going to land with quite a bit of fuel in the tanks. But we are looking good for an arrival in at 1810, and that kind of jives with, went way too far there, but that kind of jives with what I got here. 1813 minus the 3 minutes that we seem to be up is 10. So yeah, we are going to be landing in San Juan in about just under 2 hours. Wow, still 2 hours to go. There's a reason I don't do these transcons anymore, and this is the longest one in this season. I'm not doing any more terribly long flights. The next longest ones after this, when we go back from San Juan, we just go back to Florida, so it's only like it's still 1,000 miles from San Juan up to Tampa, but it's not even 1,400. So the other two that are 1,400s, we're going to LaGuardia to Denver and back. That's a pretty long flight. That's going to be definitely in the 4-hour range again. And even the New Orleans turn on LaGuardia, it's 1,000 miles. But yeah, I feel like these might be a little bit long. These ones are kind of like, to me, a sweet spot, just a little bit under 1,000 miles. 800 miles, 2-hour stream. Those are going to be great. Tampa up to LaGuardia, and then New York back to Tampa and back. Those are going to be good ones. These are going to be a little bit on the long side, but this is the longest one by far. Once we get this one over with, then we got 1,000 miles. We don't have a 1,400 mile one for a little while. And it's not that I don't enjoy talking to you guys, but my voice does run out after a certain point, and I'm already kind of reaching that point. I'm also getting hungry, so I may have to go and take a little short break here to go have a meal break, have something to eat, refresh my coffee. There's still a little bit left in there, but it could be more. Yeah. You can even see there's a step climb at Vinso. There's my ETOPS entry point, my ETOPS exit point. The ETP between Bermuda and San Juan coming up in about 300 miles. So it's still a long way to go until we get to those points. What do we got? We still got probably about 600 miles to go here. 750. That 5-knot tailwind is not helping much. We got it redlined and we're not getting anywhere very fast. Had much of an exterior look at the airplane today, but today we've got called shards. There's our JetBlue tail for the day, and I do like it. That is a nice looking tail as well. I like that design. JetBlue does have some nice designs with the tails. I do like kind of that each airplane. It's kind of a fun little gimmick, but I like it. I like it a lot. A little bit there. It's a title screen kind of deal here. Contrails behind us. Yeah, and you're on these long flights, you better find something to talk about with the guy sitting next to you, because otherwise you're going to be pretty bored. And I mean, there are other things you can do. You can talk to flight attendants, you can eat if you're bored, and that tends to be one of the things that I think pilots are worst at. We tend to get bored. We tend to also not eat meals at the right times, because we're usually trying to start a flight or end a flight around meal times. We're looking through the flight plan or doing the setup or whatever. So then like 2 or 3 hours later, you're like, oh look, it's 3 p.m. and I only ate breakfast like 9 hours ago and haven't eaten anything since. Maybe I should eat something. So you end up eating whatever you can get your hands on, whether you can get something from the cabin crew perhaps, or something you brought with you. Maybe you had a chance to stop somewhere and pick up something on the going through the airport, or maybe you're just going to sit there and just eat a bag of nuts or crackers or something, chips, salt, some snack food that you just have. And sometimes you're not even hungry, but you're just sitting here, you're just cruising along for 3 hours. You're just bored, and you just eat because you're bored. And that's the worst reason to eat. That's how you gain weight. There's a reason why, as pilots get older and get more seniority in the industry, they tend to get fatter, and that's because we eat often when we eat terrible schedules, we eat terrible food, and we eat because we're bored sometimes. I know I find myself doing it, and I have to sit there and say, wait, do I really need to eat now? Am I really hungry? Am I just eating because I have nothing else to do? And sometimes that is just the case. I've definitely, since I started my new job, I've definitely gone back to working out again. And for a while there, I was kind of out of it. I used to work out pretty religiously in hotels, and then I got out of it. I'm back doing it again. I try to go for runs anywhere that I have a layover that's more than about 14 or 15 hours. Just it's as much to burn the calories and make sure I'm just not putting on weight just because, again, bored. Literally just eating bored, and often eating at terrible times. Your body has no idea when it's going to get food, when to metabolize it, when to eat, be hungry, and it's a terrible lifestyle in so many ways. And then even worse than that is if you're doing a lot of international flying and you can't bring food with you because you clear customs and they you can't bring anything with you. So you're sitting there trying to find places to grab food. You get to a hotel at 11:30 p.m. and you're like, okay, well, let's go to the hotel kitchen. Oh wait, that's closed. Oh wait, everything's closed in the neighborhood. It's not safe to go out. Try to order some takeout, and all the takeout places are shutting down now for the night. Like you just, it can be such a struggle sometimes to find time and places to eat because the schedule's so weird, so irregular. You're in the wrong time zone, so your body's like, oh, it should be dinner time now, but it was actually dinner time 3 hours ago because you're in the wrong time zone. It's like, this job can certainly play hell with your waistline. So I have definitely done a good job, not perfect, not ideal, but I've definitely done a good job of trying to work out, go for a good long run at least once a week, and make sure that I am burning off some calories. I'm going to try and even get it up to twice a week. And it's not even a vanity project. It's just like I know what will happen if I don't. I will sit here and I will still eat just as much food, and I will not burn the calories, and I will eventually gain some weight. And it's not that it's not a vanity project. It's that I want to be healthy. I don't want to, I don't want to keel over dead at a young age just because I got diabetes because I ate too much bad food and never exercised. So I do my best to do it, and you have often time to kill. Most layovers most trips usually have at least one layover where there's 14 or 15 hours or more in a hotel, and you have a chance to go step out and work out. You just have to take the time to bring some gym clothes and just make the effort to do it. It's not always easy. Like I'll often say I often when I go west, I'll try and run first thing in the morning because I'll try to get up early. I'll try to get up at like 6 o'clock local time, or even 5:30 local time, because it's 7:30 or 8:30 at my time zone. So I'm trying not to offset my schedule too much from my normal time zone. And then the best way to kind of really run with that is if you'll pardon the pun, is to run, is to get out there to exercise. It gets the heart pumping, it gets you really kind of wide awake, gets your body up for the day. If you just sort of lie there and hit snooze on the alarm a couple times before you know it, you slept for an extra hour and a half later, and now it's 10 a.m. in your home time, and your whole sleep schedule is skewed for whenever you get back home. So I find that's a great way to also sort of just regulate your cycle. Exercise really does work quite well, and if you get up first thing in the morning, get some sunlight, and get out there and just get the blood really pumping, it really helps. It helps keep you on a certain schedule. Most of the time, we're not in any one place long enough to really kind of. It's not that we can't get jet lagged; it's that we're not in a place where acclimatizing to the local time is worth it. You're probably going to be back at home tomorrow, so it's like don't spend too much time acclimatizing. Just eat it. You just kind of stay on your home time zone most of the time, which is what I think a lot of people try to do. Is just stay on their home time zone. It's gonna be tough though. It's like you're 3 or 4 time zones out. The sun is moving up and down the sky at a very different time than what your body is expecting, and it does really throw you for a loop. Trying to go to bed early too. Trying to go to bed early during the day when it's still sunlight out, like you're trying to go to bed at like 6 p.m. local time because you got to get up pretty early and it's 9 p.m. in your home time zone. Yeah, you got to have some good dark curtains, or good sleep masters to sort of just block out all that light and convince your body that it's time to go to bed. Alright, well, I don't see too much happening for the next little while here. I'm going to have a quick look over here at my VATSPy, but I don't see anybody online here. I see some JetBlue airplanes flying around. This guy's going from Santiago to Newark. Got a walker coming down here. Got a few people here, but yeah, I don't see too much happening right now. Everything seems to be working just fine. Not too many of you guys are watching, so I'm not going to be failing anything. Keep trying to drag people in, and I will eventually fail something when I see enough people watching. But I think for now, I'm going to just step away for about 15 minutes, have some lunch, fill up my coffee again, and that way I'll kind of be ready to start doing a couple more checks just so we enter the ETOPS airspace very briefly. You can see the entry and the exit point there. And pretty much as we exit the ETOPS airspace, we'll be setting up for arrival into San Juan. So yeah, I think I'm going to step away for about 15 minutes here, so I'll probably be back at about 10 to the hour, about 17:50 Zulu time. And until then, just thank you guys for sticking with me. If you don't want to sit there and just watch the airplane fly for the next 15 minutes, just set an alarm and rejoin me, and we'll try and find something else to chat about. I kind of ran out of conversation topics, but I'm sure you guys have got some questions, so please ask questions in the stream chat. Otherwise, yeah, I will go and have myself a quick little break here. So give control to first officer. You have control. We're level at Mach, Alt, and Nav, and I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Better way to watch it. Just want to watch it like this. Just a little bit like that. There we go. Alright, so yeah, I will step away. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. In the meantime, enjoy watching the airplane, and we'll be back very soon. Take care. Alright everybody, Captain Nabs is back with you in the flight deck, and we are still on our way by the looks of it. The plane did not plummet out of the sky while I stepped out of the flight deck for a few minutes to have a little snack, a little lunch. So let's see where we are here now. Alright, we're coming up there. We're getting there now. We've definitely made some progress. We're just over an hour, about an hour and a half from landing in San Juan here, an hour and a quarter, I guess, right? 8 minutes after, so pardon me, an hour and a quarter from landing in San Juan. So we're definitely getting there. It's not a short flight by any means, and this is often the way this business is, though. It just goes on. It just goes on. We just spend forever in the flight deck, and yeah, and as pilots, we have to sometimes make that concerted effort to stand up too. Like I will sometimes do a 4 or 5 hour flight, and we'll get to the destination and we'll stand up, but get out of the flight deck and I'll be like, did I not move for the last 4.5 hours? Did I not even go to the bathroom for 4.5 hours? Because that's really just about all you can do. That's about the only reason you're allowed to open that door is to go out and go use the washroom, and then usually we'll end up standing and chatting for a little while with the flight attendants, the cabin crew, just because we're not because we're bored, but a little bit because we're bored, but also just for a little bit of change of pace, a little change of scenery, and also just to get off your butt and on your feet again. And I'll literally just stand there in the galley stretching, talking to the flight attendants for 5 or 10 minutes easily, after I use the bathroom, just because I need to. I need to, I just need to, get a little bit more blood pumping. Like, there's nothing that is worse. They talk about how bad the sedentary lifestyle is for people, and especially, people in North America who live the sedentary lifestyle. Pilots, man. You strap yourself in the seat, and you may not leave it for 4 or 5 hours. And even in that 4 or 5 hours, you may just take one bathroom break, and it might be 5 minutes long. You stand up for it, and then that's it. And you're sitting the whole rest of the time because this is where you're supposed to sit and monitor what you're doing. And it's not a terrible thing, but it is a terrible thing. You think about how much time you spend sitting in the seat, and it's amazing. I am not already gaining like a couple pounds a month by just sitting here all day long. So it's not a oh, pardon me. Yeah, my voice is still not exactly full tilt again. But yeah, so it's good to get up and stretch, and very often it will be like 10 minutes we'll be out of the flight deck for. It's only like a minute or so to go to the bathroom because it's right behind that door, but then you'll stand there, you'll talk to the flight attendants because it's somebody a little bit different to talk to, and it's kind of nice to change things up, and also just to get to know them a little bit, but also just good to stand and stretch. And even in the flight deck, I've had people literally just stand up, just like, I just need to stand up, and they'll just stand up, and it's just barely enough room, but you can stand up, you can stretch, you can kind of bend over one way or the other, you can just remind your heart and your body that it does exist. That blood does sometimes have to pump further than just like the 2 feet to your brain or your feet. And what was that? That was just a glitch, I guess. Glitch in the matrix. 35-2 for 35. It was just and we'll probably get the reverse glitch in a second here when the weather suddenly goes back the other way. Alright, so we did pass our step climb point, I believe. Let's pull up the flight plan because we're also just approaching our ETOPS entry point. So everything does seem to be functioning. I don't see any real problems with this here. Just Reverser 1 in off is the only thing I've got for today. Otherwise, it seems like a very normal day. Why are we going down so much? Oh, we're supposed to be at 34. Oh, geez, and it went all the way up to 35-2. Oh, that was a big pressure jump, and we're probably going to get the same pressure jump in the other direction in a minute. Some bugger. Alright, let's see here. So, yeah, we did have a couple step climbs programmed in here, and what we were looking for was, where is it here? Alright, so after Vinso, we're supposed to be up to 370. We just passed Vinso, and we are, yeah, at the very least, we should probably be going up to 36. So let's just check this here. Fuel consumption is doing fine, really. So what I might do is, let's see here, recopy the active, secondary, secondary init, and if I do flight level 370, and I have a secondary flight plan. Let's just see what this is going to do for us in the long run. So it's going to keep our fuel burn. It's actually going to increase our... no, it's going to decrease our fuel burn slightly. It's going to keep our time almost the same. So time is pretty much the same under the recalculation, 1809, but we're going to end with 6.2. So 36 will actually save us 100 kilos, and sometimes it costs you more time to go a little higher, mostly because your Mach number ends up translating to slightly lower ground speed, but in this case, it doesn't look like it's making a big difference, so we are going to go up to 36. So thrust climb, all blue, flight level 3. Why does it say flight level 350? What? Flight level 360, open climb. now. It just updated our cruise altitude as flight level 360. Alright. As we enter our ETOPS for the next 10 minutes, don't seem to be any failures of the airplane. The status page is still clean. And, pardon me, just approaching our ETP as well for San Juan. So we're getting there. We are getting there. We are now 474 miles to go. We are just over 1 hour from touching down in San Juan, so that's good. We'll start setting up for this arrival here momentarily. Just gonna let it finish its climb to 36 here. Gonna sip my coffee, and then we'll sit back and assess. And given that, yeah, and there's 1700 right now, I think we'll wait about 5 minutes here before we start thinking about setting up for the arrival. And the only reason for that being that we'll get the latest ATIS. We'll get the latest and greatest ATIS, and then we'll do that. So let's just have a quick look at VATSIM as well here. I hope that the stream was not glitchy for you guys. I came back, sat down, and my monitor computer over here, my laptop over here, which was monitoring the stream, said there was a network connection error at some point. So there's some activity happening around San Juan. There's a couple of inbounds, a couple of outbounds. There's a jet there. Sorry, there's an Iberia landing right now. Came over from Saint Martin. Eagle Flight 500. Where's he going? He's going over to Saint Martin. Princess Juliana. And we've got a UPS coming in from the mainland as well. So we got a few. We got American left San Juan, go to Miami. So we got a few aircraft in and out of San Juan, but not too many for our particular arrival time, unless we get a few departures coming up. So that's 35.3 to climb 36. So I don't see too many conflicting VATSIM traffic dealies there. We'll have a look at it as we get a little closer in. And I definitely don't see any ATC online yet, unfortunately. So what can you do? What else can we talk about as well? Across the pond, I didn't even realize Cross the Pond was coming up. It's almost October already. But Cross the Pond is coming up in about 5-6 weeks, October 28th, I believe. And as always, Toronto is a departure field. No surprise there. If Toronto nominates itself, they usually get picked. People like the airport. They like the ATC. I'd like to think I've had a hand in that over the years. I'm not the only one by any means. There's a lot of great guys in Toronto, and I'm proud of the FIR. They do good work. They do good ATC. We do good training, I think, for the most part. There goes our ETP. So we've now reached our equal time point. It is now the fastest diversion is now straight ahead to San Juan. If anything happens, Mach Star. So yeah, so I will probably be participating in that. That being said, I was not aware of the date until I've just actually noticed it a day or two ago. There was a mention of it. I was like, oh shoot, that is coming up. So I did not actually bid for that day off. Not that I could have got it anyways, because it's a Saturday, and I almost never get Saturdays off. Mach cruise. So that being said, I should be there for about the first 2 to 3 hours of Cross the Pond departures out of Toronto. And then I will have to head to work in the mid-morning, which is actually kind of late in the morning, actually, by the time I get to work. So it's not terrible. I'll probably be there, like I said, for about the first 2, maybe 3 hours of Cross the Pond. I'll be online. I may even log in super early. I may log in and open up shop an hour before the event technically starts, just to sort of organize everything before everyone gets going, because it's about the only time I had to participate, and it disappoints me that I can't participate. I missed it completely. I missed the fact that it was coming up in October. It just wasn't even on my radar. I have so many other things happening in October that I was worried about scheduling around, that Cross the Pond just didn't even enter. It wasn't even in my brain in the slightest little bit, and it disappoints me because I love Cross the Pond. I love participating in it. It's one of the best events on VATSIM. Just the amount of traffic you can get, and the amount of coordination that has to happen for it to work well. And not just and not to discredit the planning team. Tons and tons of planning goes into it. The planning team does a phenomenal job making sure that everything kind of goes off without a hitch. But then on the day of, the amount of coordination that's required between the various controllers is just so pleasant, as long as everyone's doing their job properly. But it's so nice to have. What am I trying to say here? It's so nice to just have so many controllers online, and you have to work together. You have a common goal. You're all working together to get the common goal achieved. There's no magic to it really per se. It's just it's nice to have enough traffic to A, keep me busy, and B, also share the traffic with everybody else. Because so often on VATSIM, you log in and you log into a position, and there's not a whole lot of traffic. There's maybe enough, if you log into a center by yourself, there's maybe enough to keep you busy, but then somebody else logs in underneath you to handle tower or departure arrival. All of a sudden, you've got very little work to do. And disappointing. I love sharing the hobby with other people, but I'm a little selfish sometimes too. I can be frankly honest. I like to deal with as much traffic as I can by myself. And if there's not a whole lot of traffic going on, and then someone else logs in and takes 50% of your not very much going on, all of a sudden it's very little going on, and you're not doing very much, and it's not all that interesting. So Cross the Pond is great for that. Everybody gets a huge amount of traffic. You all have to work together. You all have to do your role, do it properly, in order to kind of fit everything within fit everything within, what do I try to say here? You know, to get everything done properly, everyone has to do their job properly, and there's plenty of work to go around, and that's what I love about it. You all have to work together. You know, sometimes things go a little bit askew, a little bit sideways. We all work together to get that done. Yeah, it's just it's a great experience, and I'm a little disappointed that I missed out on it. But I had so much going on this October that I had to specifically try to get off work, that another weekend day off work was probably never going to happen. So lucky that I'm not at least starting early that day. I'm kind of starting around lunchtime, so I will have time to definitely participate for a few hours across the pond. Disappointed that it won't be more, and I probably won't live stream it just because it'll be kind of a little bit hectic. I think, I don't know. I might. I like to live stream it. It's great to live stream, but sometimes it's nice to also just control without live streaming and just sit back and enjoy the controlling without kind of constantly commentary without having to have a running commentary of what's going on, he said as he live streamed. And I enjoy it on so many levels. I do enjoy it, but sometimes it's just nice not to do it, you know? I enjoy a lot of things in life, but I don't want to necessarily do all of them all the time. I enjoy flying a lot. I don't want to do it 24 hours a day, though. 8 to 12 hours a day is all I can really take. Alright, that looks like that's been long enough, so come here, Navigraph. Let's get some weather info for San Juan. Information, open airport, weather, ATIS. Alright, so San Juan information, X-ray 1656, this is current, 0509. 020 variable run 090, so yeah, the wind's definitely out of the east, 10 miles scattered, 24 hours, 32 degrees. Oh, it's nice there. 2909 tree. ILS visual approaches runway 10 in use, departing 10, no temps, 8 closed, 26 closed, Sierra intersection closed, Sierra 3 and Sierra 4 intersections closed. Oh, Jesus. Let's do... Can I bring that up while this is still on top? Oh, I can. Oh, nice. Thank you, Navigraph. Okay. Alright, so 8 is closed. Sierra, Sierra 3, Sierra 4. Hotel closed between Hotel 1 and 3. Hotel 1 and 3, interesting. Hotel Charlie closed between Bravo and Hotel. Charlie closed between Bravo and Hotel. There's caution barricaded area on apron 6. GBTLC use KUSA, apron 2 and apron 3 pushback startup and unhook at intermediate. Alright, so I can't can I mark anything on these? I don't think I can, but anyway, so this is closed, 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 and then this is closed, this is closed. So when we land here, we're gonna definitely vacate somewhere to the left and go in here. So really it's not gonna impact us too much for arrival on runway 10 here. Good stuff. Alright. So let's do a landing distance calculation. Alright, we're going to say it's a dry runway, scatter 2500, I think it's going to be a dry runway. Let's see, the runway is going to be runway 10. Dry runway. Let's just apply the current METAR. Landing weight, that's the biggest thing I should get here. So fuel prediction page is the easiest place to figure this out. Add the ZFW to your expected fuel on board. 58.1, right? Is it 56 or 58? 56.1 plus 6.3, that's 62. 62.4, so we'll just round it to 62 and a half and call it a day. So landing weight of 62.5 tons. If we do low auto brake, idle no reverse credit because we do have a those failures. Alright. Well, we just do idle with no reverse. That should work. Manual landing, flap full, auto thrust on. 7,028 feet is the landing distance. We do medium auto brake. It definitely takes it back quite a bit here. Yeah. I think we'll do medium auto brake. I'm not taking this airplane out again, so somebody else can do it. All right. Yeah, that looks good. So we're going to go ahead and set the rest of this up here. All right. So again, two 2993, 32 degrees, 050 at 9. So 2993 altimeter. Alright, and I'm just going to pop this in on the approach page right now, 29.93 while I'm just looking at it here. 32 and 050 at 9. 050 at 9. Boom. Okay. Then we can do the whole setup sequence in order here. So we've already left ETOPS airspace. We're back to within 1 hour of a suitable alternate, which is today San Juan. Now is our final suitable alternate. Alright. So let's have a look here quickly at Sailor 2. We kind of already looked at this once, but we're going to look at it again. Aircraft only. This is the transition. Alright, so let's have a quick look through this and make sure this is all good. So we start, and the way I've learned this is our arrival setup is up and down the mountain. So you go flight plan, radnav, prog, perf, fuel prediction, secondary. So you go up the mountain and down the other side, and that's how we set up our flight plan. It seems to be a good way to kind of remember that process. So we're going to join the arrival at Sailor, and it is Sailor at 11,000 feet. That is programmed in there. From Sailor we go to Flavo, then from Flavo we go to Plano, which should be above 6,000 feet. Looks like it's planned directly at 6,000 feet, and then Tanner. And Tanner's where we're going to turn final for an ILS to runway 10. So let's just check this all here. So yeah, there's Tanner. It should be Remzi. And Tanner is Tanner should be at least about 1,500 feet, and Remzi is at 1,500 feet. Okay, good. Landing San Juan, then missed approach. 1,900 feet straight ahead, then climbing left turn to 3,000, heading 300, and outbound on the San Juan VR radial 004 to Didi. So 1,900 feet, then a 300 degree to intercept 004 to Didi, and hold at 3,000. Perfect, that's all in there. Radnav has not auto-tuned yet. We're a little far out still. Prog page, we don't need Bermuda anymore, so we're going to go ahead and put in San Juan VOR, which is on the field essentially, so it gives us a good bead on here. And so looks like 18 north, 65 west would be the appropriate one, not 49 south. All right, so 349 miles to go. 340 miles to go. Counting. Perf. In the descent, that's a little bit on the fast side. I'm going to go 7.8 and 320. Because otherwise, like, you're just absolutely right at the red line, you hit one bump and you're overspeeding already. Maybe I'll even do 330. I'll do 330. No, I'll do 320 because with the bracketing, it can accelerate to 340. Okay, yeah, that's good. Alright, and then the approach phase, 299, 330. We did all that. Barrel mins for the ILS to runway 10 to 60 feet. Full. And missed approach altitude 3,000. So we're going to put our acceleration and our engine out acceleration altitudes both at 3,000 because it just happened so fast. There we go. Perf is done. Fuel prediction. So we're showing 3.6 extra. We got lots of extra. We got almost 2 hours extra gas until we get to San Juan. That's a lot of extra fuel here. Landing with 6.4. And secondary, we're going to recopy it. I've got everything in there. I'm not going to bother switching anything because I don't think we're going to get 08 because it's closed. So yeah, I'd say that's a pretty reasonable plan at this point. So we got the medium auto brake, only planning flap 3. I can't see we got to delete our SLOP. Still no ETC, but we are getting close now. We have less than an hour to go until we get there. So I think I'll use this opportunity to do an arrival briefing, and then if you guys have anything else you want to talk about, please feel free to bring it up. I'm not, can't think of too many other things myself unless we go off on some tangents that do not involve aviation, which sometimes I'm fine with. All right, yeah. I have control.
You have control.
Sorry. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing? Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Alright, before I start talking about it here, we're just going to see this. Weather's good, runway's dry, APF to landing, yes, approach type ILS, auto land, no, final sector, we'll say yes. Decision height, AGL, should be 200 feet I would think, 250 feet actually, 250, oh sorry, actually we're not doing the decision height, we're doing minimum descent altitude, so 260. Arrival airport altitude in MSL is 10 feet. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so today we are doing at Sailor, we're going to join the Sailor 2 RNAV arrival for San Juan, Puerto Rico. This is on plate 10-2 Charlie. GPS required, radar required, RNAV 1, and the star split with turbojets only. Hey, that's us. The routing constraints are already all in the box. They've been verified. And at Tanner, we're planning to just straight in transition to the ILS runway 10 in San Juan, plate 11-2. Loc has not auto-tuned yet. We're looking for ICLA 1097 and a final approach course of 101. REMC 1500 and the ILSDA of 260. And we do have Barrow 260 set. Touchdown zone at 10 feet. The missed approach is as published to or is otherwise found by ATC. The top altitude currently 3,000. The MSA to the north is fine at 2,800 feet. To the south it gets higher. 5,400 feet. There is higher terrain in the island of Puerto Rico. So anything untowards happens, turn back towards open water, and at least that will clear us of any terrain. Landing on runway 10. Let's see here. So we're going to use the end of the painted touchdown zone as the touchdown point limit, and we're going to take the left turn off the runway. I expect Hotel 5. A bit of a high-speed transition on a Hotel 5. I think we can make that one. Hotel 4 might be a bit tight. So Hotel 5 it'll be. We'll taxi the apron. I'm going to find you gate in a minute. Yeah. See here. So the big technical thing again is that we have one thrust reverser on op. So the left thrust reverser is in op. It will not be able to decelerate us. That being said, winds are pretty light. They're almost straight down the runway, so we're not going to be working against the winds. I do have medium auto brake to mitigate the fact that we're not expecting any reverse. I will still apply reverse. I'll probably apply at least a medium, if not maximum reverse initially. We're using both thrust levers, and we'll get thrust reverse on the number 1 side. It'll pull us to the right. We should be ready for that, and counteract to the left. If anything, the wind is slightly from the left, so if anything, they may cancel each other out, but normal use of the rudder for direction control, but just expect that tendency to pull to the right. We'll try to use that to kind of keep some of the heat off the brakes, because otherwise the brakes do heat up quite substantially. Yeah, that's the MEL. The configuration is going to be anti-ice off, auto brake medium, moderate auto thrust, config full for landing. And once we're clear for the approach, we will arm approach mode second autopilot. Disengage the autopilot probably when we are I don't know, probably 1,000, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 feet. Whenever the runway's clear, the aircraft is stable, landing is assured. Any questions?
No questions.
And then of course there is a threat checklist. We just need to make sure where there's potential threats. High terrain to the south of San Juan, so I'm going to put on terrain on ND now. It doesn't appear like there's too much convective activity. You can keep the radar on your side as well, just to be safe, but I think we'll be okay. But I'll have terrain on ND on my side just to mitigate that risk of terrain in San Juan. It's just rolling into our map view there. Great. Other than that, it's been a bit of a long flight. We do have the one reverser right now. That is a threat. We've mitigated by talking about it multiple times, identifying how the aircraft should perform, and definitely we've verified the landing calculation works. As far as the medium auto brake, I'll probably take the switch to manual brake pretty quickly after we touch down, once I see how the deceleration's happening, and we'll moderate the braking a little bit. But I just want to initially start with the moderate, just in case the reversers we get an asymmetry that causes direction control issues. I haven't been to San Juan for quite a while. It's fairly straightforward. All the exits for this runway 10 are on the left, and the gates are pretty much all right there. So we're going to get a gate now. That's about all I've got left. So let's just see if there's any JetBlue flights right now from San Juan down to, from Boston down to San Juan. And if not, any JetBlue flights into San Juan that we can perhaps track and steal a gate number from. Alright, JetBlue does still fly from Boston to San Juan. It looks like it's kind of a twice a day service. There's a morning flight, and then there's a late night flight. And this is 8:61 today. It's already arrived 1 hour and 29 minutes ago in San Juan. Let's see here. They went to gate Alpha 4. So let's just have a quick look here at the taxi chart. Where Alpha 4 is. Oh, not that one actually. This one. Alright, so actually Alpha 4 is right there. So when we come off the runway, we're going to have to turn back to the left. So Alpha 4 is right here. So coming off the runway, we're going to turn left, potentially on a hotel, and go back to Alpha 4. Cool. And that's about it, I think. Here comes, there goes the waypoint Percha. So we'll do one more fuel check here, beam Percha. And I think we're going to be good to go. So show me the flight log, show me Percha. There it is. Falls right beside the wingtip there, and then we'll take a time snap, fuel snap here. But looking good. We got tons of fuel. Whoa, we got lots of fuel. And I kind of wish that if you programmed a perf factor into the FMS, that the airplane would actually fly that too. And there was some way to program a perf factor, because none of these 320s that, well, it's not that none of them, but you know, oftentimes 320s are quite a bit older and just don't perform the way they should. So 1722, we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule. And we got 7.9 in the tanks. We got tons of fuel. We got, we're running ahead of schedule here by 5 full minutes now. Looking good. Gonna pass Hansey. You have to end our slop at Hansey. Return to the on-course of beam Hansey. And yeah, we are getting there pretty quickly though now. You're gonna start to see it just come into sight over the horizon here in a minute. Ugh. Oh. Yeah. This is going to be another one of those long streams. I got a few of them here and there. What can you do? You know, it is what it is. If I just look the right way, you just get some visibility on my... Actually, if I do this, if I kill that, because that's... Yeah, it doesn't really help. There's just too much light coming from up here. I need like some diffusers or something. Because it's like, generally it's a good ambient light. I've got pot lighting in this room, so... But there's one light like right up here. Right up here. So I guess my shiny forehead catches that. Yeah, see, and you can see my hand does the same thing. It catches quite a lot of light off that. Alright, well, we're almost there. I can't think of too much else to talk about, to be really honest. I'm trying to think now, and if anybody wants to bring up anything, please do. I haven't even played with self-loading cargo too much. I used it once with a Fenix and it crashed, so I just said, to heck with it. And I have been flying the Fenix a lot lately. Now that I'm streaming it, I'm also just flying it a lot for for practice and for fun, and I do like it. I kind of got away from the PMDGs for a little bit. Airplanes that I haven't taken out for a while. I haven't taken the CRJ out in a dog stage. I should really take that out one of these days. It's a relatively simple airplane to learn to fly. Yeah, I should really take the CRJ out one of these days. I do enjoy the CRJ. It's just there's a loss of altitude back the other way, down 1,300 feet. Thanks, Asomo. When you work, you're great, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this at all, but I did have to get a new cable modem about 3 weeks ago, I guess, just at the end of the summer. Cable modem didn't. Just one day, just stopped turning on. It actually, one day it was having some connectivity issues, so I reset it, didn't fix it, reset it a second time, and it never booted up the second time. And I gotta say, like, the modem by the time, like, I don't know if it's new when it came to us necessarily, but we had it for 13 years. We had it for a long time, so you know, you got to say that's one of those things that I think you got your time out of it. You got your money's worth out of it. It's just frustrating because, like, you know, in this day and age, like, connectivity to the internet is a given. You know, you just have to. You have to have it at home, and your kids want it as well. And I don't believe my kids should have mobile-enabled devices. I don't want to pay for them to have mobile-enabled device right now. So the Wi-Fi, you know, like, you know, they can get all the data they need when they're at home off the Wi-Fi. It's unlimited. So, but yeah, when it goes down for a period of time, like, everything is kind of dependent on it now. Like, you know, all your streaming services, Netflix and everything, is dependent upon it. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator is totally dependent upon it. Like, all of a sudden, when you lose that internet connectivity, all of a sudden, like, it's an essential utility in this day and age, really. And especially if you have kids at home, like, you're relying on you know, broadband to get you internet access. Like, as a person, I can kind of get by without it because I have connectivity through my personal device. But as a parent, I want to have. I don't want my kids to have you know, 5G enabled devices quite yet. I'm not quite ready for that yet. They have enough you know, internet access right now. But yeah, so I ended up having to order a new modem, and the new modem, when it came, was, you know, it's a fast modem. I ended up ordering gigabit speed, mostly because they're going to give it to me for a really good deal, not because I necessarily needed it. And then I plugged in the new modem, and I found out a couple of things, really annoying things about it. And the biggest thing to me that was a bit of a deal breaker on it was that this brand new, you know, state-of-the-art modem, and they only introduced this model of modem, I guess 2 years ago, apparently, the ISP introduced this. It doesn't even let you have a customized domain server. So I've traditionally, for the last, you know, 8-10 years, since shortly after my kids were born, I've used custom domain servers on my network to kind of block access to inappropriate materials for children. So, you know, you can switch to, you know, Cloudflare or Google or any number, OpenDNS, any number of different DNS services, and if you select a certain server, you can actually, you know, deny that these websites even exist. So all the adult content on the internet, you know, these domains, these adult domains, they just don't even exist. They just don't return anything. There's no website associated with that label. It's a really kind of, it's an effective way to block stuff in your network because it works on you know, on a network-wide level. It's not a perfect solution, and I realize that. I know that. I know it's not a perfect solution. I'm relying a little bit on the ignorance of my children to kind of get me through for now. Let's clear out that offset because we're just coming to the end of the oceanic airspace. And you can see, like, it plans like a nice turn onto back on there and everything. But because my kids, you know, they access the digital world through multiple devices, you know, whether it be the Roku streaming sticks or their own personal tablets or PCs or our tablets, our phone PCs, whatever, knowing that it's blocked at a domain level, you know, that kind of handles all the devices very quickly and easily, and it also doesn't require a lot of processing power on our part, which is the other you know, great advantage of it. I've tried different, you know, parental blocking software in the past, and the one thing I find about it is that it lags the internet for the entire device, even for the authorized users, but it creates lags because every single URL that has to be accessed, every single domain that has to be accessed. First, it's got to send it off to the parental control server. Say, is this a URL I'm allowed to visit? Is this a domain I'm allowed to visit? Oh yes. Then it goes back. Then it resolves the domain properly. So I've installed it on computers in the past, and I found that some of this parental control software, it's a real resource hog, and it can be a real resource hog, and it's also just tends to take a lot of it adds a lot of lag to network access for the legitimate users as well as for the users you're trying to protect. So I ended up removing it from most of the devices because I said this is more hassle than it's worth. It's not giving much. It's giving benefits, but it's not worth the loss. So then I looked at it and I said, we can use these open domain servers, and as long as nobody in my house other than myself knows how to change a domain, which at this point nobody does, or change their domain servers on their personal device, then it's going to propagate, whatever domain services I provide through the routers. That being said, and like I said, and this kind of shocked me and really, really annoyed me too, is that this, state-of-the-art router, 6G enabled router, didn't even allow me to use a customized domain server. I had to use the ISP's domain servers. I could not customize it or change it in any of the option menus. It's hardwired onto the, it's not hardwired, but it's hard programmed into the device software. I was very, very disappointed by that. And I was kind of conflicted about it for a couple of days, and I ended up going out and buying a router and just operating the modem in bridge mode. And I'm still ahead because I'm actually saving money every month. The deal they gave me on the gigabit access was so good that I'm actually saving money every month over what I was paying before, even though I'm getting faster speeds now. So I'm kind of using that to kind of justify and place that against the cost of the router. But yeah, it just surprised me. It disappointed me that this was they did not. They do have a pretty extensive configuration screen, but this essential parental control didn't exist, and instead they have their own parental control system. And their parental control system is, well, you can go into the router and you can program any domain or URL that you want to block from your network. Think about that for a second. So in order for me to prevent my kids from seeing adult content on the internet or whatever other content I don't want them to see, I have to go in and manually set every single website that I do not want them to visit. That's what you're telling me. How many adult websites are there on the entire internet? I don't know. It's a lot. Way too many for me to be able to keep track of and program them manually. But that's their parental control solution. Just program in the sites you don't want them to visit. I looked at that. I was just like, well, this is just stupid. There's no way that I'm going to be doing this. And I didn't want to go back to installing parental control software on every device, because now we've got so many devices. My children each have a laptop for school, as well as a tablet as a personal device, as well as all these other computers that I have in my house. My wife's computer, my computer, our phones, everything. Like, there's way too many devices that could get in there. So blocking it at the domain level is just such a useful tool. I was so annoyed when I found out that my ISP had disallowed that. So I ended up buying myself a router, and the nice thing was it allowed me to have a few other features as well. The other thing that I was surprised that a modern router made in the last 3 years did not have didn't have any guest network Wi-Fi ability, and that just surprised me. It seems to be like pretty much a standard feature on any router, even probably the cheapest router you can get these days. You go to the store, you pay $20 for a cheap router. It'll probably still have guest networks as a capability. It may not have 6G, but it'll have guest networks on your existing bands. And it surprised me that was also not an option on there. So that really clinched the deal and said, yeah, this is I think I can do better. I think we can do better. And the device was not cheap. I ended up getting a router that was 6G enabled, not because I have any 6G devices, but because a router is something that I'm probably going to keep for a good 10 to 15 years, I expect, and I hope anyways. So that's why I wanted to go with the leading edge. It's like, yeah, we don't have anything 6G enabled, but probably the next devices we start to buy will probably be 6G enabled. So if I can pay an extra 20, 30, 50 bucks even for a router that includes that at this point in time, and it's also a pretty good router as it is. It's pretty fast. It's got multiple bands. It's lots of different features and options. I felt like it was one of those things where it's future proofing. It's worth it in the long run. But it also got me to thinking too about things that you've bought, and feel free to share anything like this, but anything that you've ever bought that you thought that at the end of the day would end up being a really good return on your investment. Like I've bought things over the years that I've regretted buying because I ended up not using very little or not at all. You know, and I think we all have done that. I'm sure we've all done that at some point. You bought something that like, you know, I thought I was going to get some use out of it. I really didn't. You know, you were really into a hobby or something like that, you know, or tool that you thought maybe you were going to do more work with than you end up ever doing. But then there's the other end of the spectrum, things that you spend a fair bit of money on, but that end up being well worth the investment at the end of the day, that last longer and get way more use than you ever expect from them. And the one thing that really came to mind recently, it's because we're kind of thinking about shopping for a new car, whether or not we're going to continue using this thing, but one thing that we did buy years ago, but it is more than sort of paid for itself, and we've got plenty of use out of it, was we bought a cargo carrier for our car, probably at least 10 years ago now, 10, 11, 12 years ago. One of those big plastic cargo carriers you strap to the roof. We bought some roof rails for it, and we bought this cargo carrier. And you know, it's not the most expensive one. It's a you know, it's a plastic one. It's kind of a little bit soft, but that's kind of a good thing because it can also flex and stretch a little bit depending on where you put stuff in it. But it has pretty amazing volume, and we have used that thing probably like 4 or 5 times a year for the last 10 years. You know, it was not cheap at the time. At the time we bought it, I think the carrier was $200, and the roof rails I think were like almost another $200. But the amount of use we got out of it was one of those things where we like, yeah, like this cost us a fair bit up front. We totally got our money's worth out of this. It was definitely something that we made a lot of use of out of the year. So that was a good thing. I'm trying to think of other things that kind of fall into that category. Things that like you weren't sure if they were going to be a good investment at the time, but ended up being again something that lasted longer than you certainly hoped. And so many things these days just are not built to last, so it's nice when something lasts longer than you expect, longer than you hope. I was trying to think what other things I was thinking about this, and that was one of the first things that comes to mind. It's just like I thought it was a lot of money, and I was like, oh, we're never going to get our money's worth out of this. We're not going to ever use it enough to make it worthwhile. But definitely, that's one of those things that we use it enough to make it worthwhile. You know, having a nice router is definitely something I've made good use of. It was worthwhile. It's only been a month or so that I've owned it, so I can't say that in the long run it's going to last long enough. But things that last longer than you expect, and or that you use way more than you expect. The air conditioner on our house owed nobody nothing when it was done. It packed itself in like probably about 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was pre-COVID. It's probably 4, maybe 5 years ago. Our air conditioner packed itself in. One day my wife came home from the cottage and the house was like 34 degrees and the air conditioner was running full tilt, but the compressor had basically ceased to function. And it was just blowing, I don't even know what had gone wrong with it, but it was just blowing hotter and hotter air into our house. And it was just, the longer it ran, the hotter it got and the more hot air it blew into our house. Then I started investigating this air conditioner, and I am about 80% sure that this air conditioner was installed when our house was built, because it was a builder's brand air conditioner. Either these people found it somehow, and they don't sell to the retail market. It's only sold to builders. It's only sold in large quantities to builders. So I think this one came with our house. Our house is now over 40 years old. So at the time, the air conditioner was almost 40. For an outdoor air conditioner, to function till 40 or even 30, that's incredible. And I don't think the air conditioner we replaced it with will probably last that long. I'd like to say hopefully we get at least 10 or 15 years out of it. But it's one of those things where that when that air conditioner died, you can't blame it and you can't get mad, because it lasted probably way beyond its original design life. Probably at least 3, if not 4 times its original design life. So nothing, can't say we really, lost any money on that. That was definitely something that lasted. Same with a microwave that we replaced, again, about 5 years ago. I feel like it was pre-COVID, slightly pre-COVID. And we, it was an over-the-range microwave, pulled it off the wall, looked at the builder plate, and the builder plate was labeled like 2001. And we're like, yeah, that microwave doesn't know anybody anything either. Like a microwave that lasts 20 years, like a residential kitchen microwave that, and this, like when we used it daily. definitely this microwave was basically daily use in our house. We use it a lot for warming up meals a second day, sometimes for defrosting stuff, but it gets at least a couple times a day the microwave in our house gets used. It's one of the most used appliances, and it lasted the one, you know, we hadn't owned it for that long. There had been the previous owners who had installed it, but you know, 18, 19 years out of a microwave, out of a residential microwave, that's pretty good. The one that gets daily use, that's pretty good. I do not honestly expect the replacement that we got to last that long. We replaced it with a Samsung. I am not impressed with that thing. It's a piece of junk. I highly recommend you stay away from Samsung employees. Samsung appliances, excuse me. It was not good, and I would definitely not recommend Samsung appliances to anyone. The build quality is quite low. There's design problems with it. I've had to fix it already a couple times, and it's only been a couple of years. I don't think it's going to last that long. Yeah, but the one it replaced, unfortunately, was very old. Yeah, it's going to probably be hard to find one that's going to last any longer than that. I'm just trying to think of other things I have that have lasted way longer than I originally planned, or have definitely outlived their expected lifespan. Another one that just comes to mind as well is kind of our pool liner, which is pushing 15 years old, and I think the general lifespan of a pool liner is 10 years, so it's definitely come up that point where it's got to be replaced, and you can see it's kind of starting to break down, and it will have to be replaced before too long, but it's not terrible right now. It's getting there. Let's see, what else? I was just trying to think, is there anything else, like things that you've surprisingly made good use of? I mean, this basement that I'm in, I spent a lot of money on it. I've made good use of it in the intervening years, and it's served all sorts of good purposes. Like, it's a kind of you know, it's designed partly to be my office, but it's also partly designed to be a bit of a family space. As the kids get older, there's a TV down here. There's lots of empty space. There's a couch. There's a pull-out couch. You know, as they get older, the kids can crash down here. They've already, you know, started doing it when they have friends over. They'll put up a tent down here and sleep in the tent and watch TV from in the tent, and it's kind of fun. So, you know, it's a good multi-purpose room. I think it's definitely one of those investments where, yeah, we spend a lot of money up front on it, but I think it's something we're definitely going to get a lot of use of in the long run. Yeah, I'm just trying to think what else. Because then you get the other things that, like, you think are great ideas, and then maybe you don't end up using as much. You know, I bought a bike rack for my car, you know, to carry families' bikes around. We really don't use it that much. A couple times a year, twice a year, maybe, if even that. Like, we really don't use it that much. I kind of had a vision we were going to use a little bit more, biking a little bit more, but I mean, it really does. You know, it's a tail hitch bike rack for 4 bikes. It puts a lot of weight and strain on the car, on the tail hitch. You know, I don't mind using it periodically. I wouldn't want to use a whole lot, but yeah, I feel like that's one of those things that maybe I end up spending money, and I didn't get quite as much out of it as I thought I was going to. I spent the money on it, and it's been good over the years, and we've used it even to go like on trips to the cottage. And the other thought I always had was like camping. If you can bring bikes to campgrounds, you know, it's nice to walk around, but sometimes when you want to get around the campground a little bit, biking is a nice kind of alternative activity as well to just walking. Yeah, just things I haven't used it for as many things as I kind of originally envisioned, though. So yeah, there's some things in life that don't last, and some things that you're shocked at how long they last. Yeah, I mean, I'd even simple things like coffee mugs. Like, I have a new coffee mug, but I think of some of my old favorites, and some of them have been around for a long time. There's one I can think of that probably, this coffee mug, and you've probably seen it on stream. It's yellow and got like a blue coffee mug on it. But I probably got that coffee mug before the year 2000. And I remember when I got it. It was a gift from one of my friends. His sister was doing her college doctorate. She was interviewing people and studying people, and you know, she's psychology. I can't remember which, honestly. But anyway, she was working on her doctorate. She was working on her thesis, and she recruited a bunch of people, lots of people, but also some of her brother's friends to help, you know, with some of her experiments and some of her interviews. And she gave us, and I remember she gave us the mug, and she gave a bunch of us, you know, mugs and little token gifts. It's just as a thanks for doing it. And I would have done it without, you know, the gift. I didn't do it for the gift. I'm appreciative of the gift, and I was grateful to help her in her education. But that was 20 plus years ago, and I still have this mug, and it still kicks around, and I don't want it to break because I love it. It's a nice mug, but it's also just, well, you know, what it represents too. There's a few things I have in my house that are quite old that just sometimes you're surprised they last as long as they do. Mugs don't always have a long lifespan in our house; they eventually break. But this one is good quality. It seems to be lasting. Some things you don't expect to last. I mean, I'm okay with my laptops have an average lifespan of about 5 years. I drag them with me to work. My laptops do tens, if not hundreds of thousands of miles. I'm okay with a 5-year lifespan. I think that's very reasonable for the amount that I ask of them. I do a lot of stuff with them, and I take them a long way. They can pressurize, depressurize, you know, dozens of times a month. I'm okay with a 5-year lifespan. I think it's very reasonable. Last laptop's been pretty good. The hinges both broke on it. I've fixed them both back together with epoxy resin, and they seem to be almost bulletproof now because I used a lot more epoxy resin than the original plastic, than there was plastic on it originally. But there's some things I'm okay with a lifespan like that, but some things I wish were built to last longer. And certainly appliances. You know, my washer and dryer, they're coming up on 13 years old. I've had to do a number of repairs to the washer. The dryer's going pretty well. The washer I've had to do a number of repairs to already. I've had to replace a water pump. I've had to replace a seal. What else have I had to repair on that? I know I've had to repair a couple of things on it. You know, things like that. Like, some stuff just doesn't last. It disappoints you. Because you buy these things, like certainly heavy appliances, I expect to measure their lifespan in decades, but what most repair people are saying these days is that these things are not designed to last decades anymore. They're just not. They're building them as cheaply as possible because they want you to buy spare parts and repair them and or replace them, you know, within 5 years. And plus, it's also cheaper for them to sell you a $2,000 appliance that's all made of plastic instead of metal. It's just very disappointing in this day and age. Like, you just can't buy things to last anymore. Mock Descent, all blue. And I really wish that weren't the case. I really do. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see it's faint out there in the distance, but San Juan's coastline is kind of coming into view out there. It's faint, but it's there. Alright, so we are on our descent. Down we go. See if there's any other VATSIM traffic around. I don't think there's any ATC. Nope. There's ground over in Punta Cana. It's not too far away, but there's no other traffic here. There's a departure just left. Nobody on the ground there. There's an arrival that is quite a ways behind us. There's a UPS coming in that's probably like at least 45 minutes behind us. So it seems like we're going to be it. I have control.
You have control.
It seems like I forgot to say that at the end of the approach briefing. Anyways, down we go. No pre-descent checklist in this aircraft. Yeah. Coming down to the end. You guys got anything to ask? Please, now's the time. It's been a very quiet chat today. I guess a couple of you guys are watching, but not too many, not too much excitement. I know middle of the day is also hard. I realize that for everybody. It can be hard to kind of get here for middle of the day. And a lot of you are North American based. It's middle of the day, even early in the day. It's you know, guys have jobs and lives. And I get it. I get that sort of thing. Really, we're going to send it 260 knots. That's we already. No, we're in descent mode. Managed 250. Why are we managing 250? Honestly, we can go fast at 250. I'm sorry. I am going to bump this up here. I'm going to Mach number you at 7.8 for the time being. I'm not going to have the bracketing because I'm just like, why? Why? There's Mach descent all blue. There's no reason for us to descend at 250 knots when we're this far out. We're still almost 100 miles out from our destination. I can see it coming into view there. Like there's the Isle of Puerto Rico there, but there's no need for us to slow down to 250 knots at 100 miles back. No reason. All right. What else? What else? What else? Can't think of too much else to talk about in all honesty. honesty, I think I've run out of ideas. It's been 4 hours of me taking a 15-minute break. That's a lot of talking. That's a lot of time. But I've become very skilled at this. And isn't that the funny thing? Like, I've become very skilled at small talk, trying to find things. You know, I had somebody sit next to me, so, you know, you got any kids, you know, got any hobbies you enjoy? You like, you have a boat, you like going out on the boat? Tell me about time out on the boat. Like, you know, people love to talk about themselves. You know, you just need to give them a window, an opening to talk about themselves. People love to talk about themselves. You know, themselves, their families, their kids, their vacations. You know, the guy I was flying with, he's going on vacation with his family. He was literally, after our last flight, he turned around and went back to where we came from. And his family was already there, and they were going to go up and do some camping in an RV for the better part of a week. And, you know, more power to him, but he was telling me stories about taking the kids out on the boat and enjoying the RV. It's not his RV, it's just a board RV, but what a great way to, you know, kind of spend some time. Yeah, what a fantastic, you know, what a great way to talk about stuff too. Just you know, kids are one of those great topics that, like, people, if they have kids, people love to talk about the kids. If they don't have kids, okay, then you got to work a little harder to find something to talk about. But people love to talk about the kids, you know, what they're doing in school. It's at 3:30, and leave it at 3:30. That's good speed. Yeah. Kids, you can talk about, like, work schedules, like, you know, you got days off, what are you going to do with your days off, vacations, there's always topics to talk about, like, you know, if nothing else, you start talking about, like, TV, you know, you seen anything good on TV lately, any good movies, what kind of movies do you like, what's your favorite movie, you know, never-ending list of topics, like, if you really think about it, it takes a little bit of effort, though, and some people, it takes more than others, too. Like, I remember, like, there's one guy I used to fly with. When I first started flying with him, I won't say hate is too strong a word, but I definitely disliked flying with him, because he's super quiet. You know, he said the SOPs, and he did everything he needed to do, and he gave a briefing, but then he didn't really talk about much else. And, so I didn't really like flying with him for a long time, and then suddenly I found out he had a boat. And then I asked him about his boat one day. And he just opened right up. He just started talking about it. Oh, yeah, you know, we sailed this thing down the Intracoastal Waterway. I went to Florida with it last year. It's still parked down somewhere in the Carolinas. I got to go back after this trip and go pick it up and start and you know, make some progress home. See if I can get it home to Thunder Bay this month. And just, like, I found a topic, and it was just like, it was just like a light switch. All of a sudden, the guy just, like, opened up, and he started talking about his family and what they, you know, the boat was just kind of the catalyst. Like, you had to find the right topic to sort of tackle with this guy. And then after that, we became good friends. And he was one of the few people who, like, he actually sent me a personalized note when I left the company and said it was very sad. He really enjoyed working with me, and was very disappointed to hear that I'd left. And, you know, hopefully keep in touch over the years. I haven't really talked to him too much since, but I should send him a note at some point. But some people, you just need to just sort of find that one topic, that one thing they really like that they can't stop talking about it. You get me talking about flight sim, and if you know that I'm into that, you get me going on it, and I just won't stop. Almost anything aviation, really. I'm an aviation nerd at the end of the day. I really like all things to do with aviation, whether it be simulated or, you know, the real deal. I like both of it. It's such a neat transportation system. There's so many factors in play in it. There's standard transition, so 2993 engine is set, and cross jacket. Sometimes you just gotta find that one topic to kind of get people to kind of open up, and it's not always easy. People have, you know, there are as many hobbies out there as there are people on the planet, I swear. You know, you can try and guess at some of the more common ones, but sometimes people are just a little bit of a mystery. You really have to kind of work to figure out, hey, what is this person really into? Alright, looks like we're drifting a little bit above the path here, probably with our excess speed. So let's just go ahead and get some speed brake on there now. Yeah. But you certainly, pilots do, I think, get a kind of a bit of a unique knack for small talk, because you'll often fly with different people every day, and you won't fly with the same person again for a year. You know, I've basically been in my current position for a year, and I have flown with the same people. There's probably about 6 or 7 people that I've flown with multiple times, but everybody outside of that, like probably about 50 different guys I've flown with just once. So you have to be very good at kind of starting small talk, finding things to talk about, You know, trying to just get interested in people's lives and what they want to talk about, and just engage in conversation, because there's nothing worse than a complete dead flight deck. And there's a comfortable silence too. The other thing is you have to kind of do that early, get that going first thing, because you want to build that. You want to build that bond where, you know, you do feel like you're part of a team. You do feel like you can talk to the other person. I've had a couple people I've flown with that I haven't been able to talk to. There was one person I flew with who I'd flown with in a previous company, and I was not looking forward to working with this guy. And I ended up flying with him. It was all right, but I didn't have a whole lot of respect for the person from what I'd seen before, so it made for an awkward experience in the flight deck. It really did. Alright, so there's 5,000 feet set. Descent, alt magenta. And let's go ahead and get the speed back now to, let's go back to 250. So there's speed managed again for 250. But yeah, you know, it takes all kinds. Even the people you don't get along with, you still have to get along with them on some level, because you have a professional job you have to complete. But if you can build a bond, it just helps. Like, you're on the same page. There's a mutual respect. You sometimes you barely even have to say things out loud. You're both thinking them. Still, it's a good thing to say them out loud, and I absolutely encourage it. But you know what I mean? Like, if you build that kind of bond with people, you know, it's just that much easier. It's also that much easier to kind of hear criticisms and suggestions from people that you respect, the people that you're like, I really don't believe this person is good at their job. And you try not to shut down, but sometimes you do end up shutting down a little bit. Approach checklist.
Bardo ref
2993 set.
2993 set. Seatbelts.
On.
Minimum.
260 feet set.
Auto brake.
Medium. Medium armed.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist complete.
Thank you, Matthias. He's not a very good conversationalist, but...
Check.
Alright. Oh.
Checked.
He heard me say that. He's not a very good conversationalist. I've been kind of picking up the slack on this conversation for the last 4 hours. Buddy, you gotta say something once in a while. So you can see that higher terrain is definitely more coming into play. So you definitely don't want to, anything untoward happens, you want to go north, not south. So you brakes out against power. Oops. So it's good. We're on path now. We're looking good. We're coming up to Flabo. We're going to make a right turn to Plano, Tanner, and then Tanner would make a left turn right onto the approach path. It's looking pretty good. We're going to be on the ground inside of 10 minutes. Lights are on. Lots of credit for this one too. We're gonna get a good paycheck for this. We're gonna get like probably about $300 paycheck for this one. That'll put us right over the top for our. That'll probably put us over the top for our education on leadership and teamwork. $2,400, yeah, definitely put us over the top for that one. Then I'll have to save up my pennies for the next one, which will be potentially another type rating. I don't see any type ratings in my near future because I don't see any of the other aircraft that I want to fly launching anytime soon. I have type ratings for the 37, the 320, and the CRJ, I believe. Aircraft licenses, let's just see here. 320, 37, CRJ. There's not a whole lot on the immediate radar. I mean, the 310, the Indy builds 310 is a really good airplane. I kind of like that one, so I can fly that one. 747 would also be nice. A310 family, only $1,500 for that one. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. I guess the 330 is coming out as well from Aerosoft before too long. But again, I don't want to get. I'm not big on getting into long hauling. That's my only thing. I really don't want to get into long hauling. So I'd be happy to fly the Airbus and go back to even the 737 for a couple of streams. So I'm not gonna probably spend my money on everything else for the time being. All right, through Labo at 7. We're aiming for Plano above 6,000. Landing a little bit better than last time, even without the reversers. I guess one thing I can do while we're on approach here is I can go to gate Alpha 3. San Juan, Alpha. We did say Alpha 3, right? Is that the one we said? Where's Alpha 4? Alpha 4, sorry, Alpha 4. Alpha 4 is where we're going. Sure, A6 is fine. So here's my altitude constraint at Plano of 6,000. We're going to go through the approach a little bit of Tanner by arm the localizer. Should probably capture it anyways without going too far through. Flying at managed makes it quite easy. You can really spend your time kind of focusing on making sure the management is doing well. Alright. Missed approach the leg there to take us to DD behind us. And let's go down to 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet is set. That should get us, actually, yeah, I think Tanner we're crossing at above 3,000, right? 2791, yeah. You can see where we're getting into. You know what I might do even here, just because it's boring here. Let's go back a second here, if I can find it. I might even start the FSLTL traffic. I was going to start it earlier and I forgot about it. Because there's not much going on in San Juan from a VATSIM perspective, so we might as well throw some traffic in there. So as we determined last time, it actually didn't make a huge impact. Yeah, we're the only ones going into San Juan, so I don't want to change my settings. Nope, it's good. Put it over here, but it's going to start painting some stuff in San Juan. Around here. San Juan traffic, JetBlue 861, 15 miles northwest of the airport, on the left base for an ILS to runway 10. So there's the city of San Juan. I forget what the airport is exactly. It's right there, maybe. I think it'll become obvious once we turn final here in a moment. All right, we lost a couple. Lost a couple of frames off the frame rate. Actually, pretty good, like a less than 10% drop while it's loading all these things at the gate. So hopefully nothing's parked at Alpha 4 now. If it is, we'll just remove everything. All right, what are those dogs doing upstairs? Because they're making a lot of racket up there. I'm going to just step away for 5 seconds and just check what they're doing. Not the best time to leave the flight deck, but I guess the dogs had to be. All right, there's Alt. And yeah, we are speed. All right, so flaps 1. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
No change status, clear status, clear status. All right, now let's go ahead and arm approach mode. Clear for the approach, second autopilot. There's Lokestar. Probably a little bit too late there. Glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2. outside. Sometimes can't be helped. Glide slope star, Mr. Approach altitude 3,000 feet set. Glide slope star. Yeah, way overshot that localizer there, as predicted. Flaps 2. Flaps 2. Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
There we go. Alright, welcome to San Juan. Welcome to Puerto Rico. Big buildings everywhere. Alright, so we are kind of, it's working out okay. It took a, kind of went over, but now it's getting, so it's working its way back. We're getting there.
2,500.
Run into any FSLDL traffic here. The other thing about starting it just when you're on the approach is that it doesn't really start too many airplanes like on the taxi out. It starts them all at the gate, and then you've got a few minutes before they actually start departing. So they'll be taxiing around a little bit and pushing back a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. Loke. Gear down.
Gear down. Cabin crew, be seated for landing.
Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
Ramsey 1500. Mr. Approach altitude of 3,000 feet is set. Spotting a bunch of parked airplanes now. If it doesn't kill my frame rate too much, I'm taking a bit of a risk on it, but I can always close pretty quickly if it is. Flaps full. Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
Landing checklist.
ECAM memo.
Landing no blue. Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
Nothing left to do but land.
1,000.
Good. San Juan traffic. JetBlue 861. 4 miles final, 2 miles final, runway 10. Alright, autopilot's coming off.
Sync rate.
500. 100 above.
Sync rate. 100 above.
Roger. Land.
Checked. Minimums.
Continue.
Checked. Sync rate.
Sync rate. 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Spoilers. Reverse green. Decel.
Manual braking.
Ready. $70 knots.
Alright, that worked out pretty well. It's a little bit unstable on final. I kind of want to pitch up and down there. She's a little sluggish in the response curve, but otherwise it's okay. But we're here. Got lots of airplanes pretending to be parked here. It's nice to actually see airplanes kind of taxiing and moving around. The airport looks a little bit less dead right now. San Juan traffic, JetBlue 861. Clear of runway 10, taxiing to the terminal. Boilers disarmed, lights are set. Alright, there we go. Alright, and he should be firing the APU. He is. Well, it's going to start in a second anyways here. And just past where this glass concourse sticks out there should be gate Alpha 4. So looks like there might be a JetBlue plane already parked down there. We'll just eke in right next to it. Work out perfectly. Welcome to San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's looking pretty nice scenery out here. This is the Latin VFR San Juan, if anybody's wondering. And Latin VFR does a nice job. Their scenery is usually very nice, and it usually has very minimal impact on the frame rate. Some airports, some developers have a bit more of a reputation for really killing frame rates. I find Latin VFR is not one of them. Latin VFR generally does a very nice job there. Their scenery looks good, but like I said, it doesn't kill any of the frame rates. And we're going to be parked in a nice seating spot next to Alpha 4 here. Pretty sure that's Alpha 2. This is Alpha 3. We're going to be right beside this really pretty part of the terminal here. I'm guessing this is like a departure lounge, maybe even a food court or something. I feel like that's going to be us right there on the far side there.
For those of you who do not have a boarding card, please go directly to the flight connections desk. Once again, ladies and gentlemen,
where is my marshaller? I think I see
thank you very
him
much for choosing to fly with us
on the
today.
building there. So marshaller's in sight. Taxi light off. Anti-ice is off. AP bleak can go on. Accumulator pressure is good. Weather radar is off. Where did he go? Oh, he's right behind the... Oh, he's right behind the supports for this thing. I can see his arms. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, just a little bit closer. Something like that. I can give it a signal to shut her down. I think. Good spot. Want me to go further forward? Alright, he's signaling me further forward. I'm just trying to see him. I can't see what motion he's doing here. Alright, yeah, kill the end. Okay, so that's where he wants to park. Okay, good. Alright, parking brake is on. AP's on. Engine master's off. Usually give them a couple seconds between so the power transfers are skewed, if you will, are separated. So neither of them gets overwhelmed. Alright. That's good. We get the seatbelt sign off. Close enough. We get the beacon off. Here comes that. We can start deboarding. Yes, please. Alright, request deboarding.
Deboarding requested.
Alright, we're going to make sure that he's done everything. Oh, we already got external power. Nice. Quickly. I like it. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off. 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 Set and checked.
After landing checklist completed.
Parking checklist.
Parking brakes or chocks.
Set. Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Are you sure about that? Parking checklist completed.
Ah, you got me. Alright. They're all off now. That's all off. Boom. Alright, we are done. Welcome to San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Set.
Our airplane is here, parked, ready to go. We're offloading, and we finished another chapter of a pilot's life, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's go ahead back to the flight page and hit submit on that. Flight, yes, I know it's quite noisy out here because of all the FFLPL traffic taken off. There we go, submitted, and we are ready for our next leg. So probably going to be next week, but we will be heading from San Juan all the way back to Tampa. That's another 1,000 miles again. That's actually a pretty long flight. Almost surprisingly long how long it's going to take to get there. But that's okay. We're going to enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it along the way. In the meantime, we are parked and we are done for the day. So thank you guys. And of course, thank you for Jeff Retard. Useless. We can take care of you. Anywho, that's it, guys. Done for the day. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. That was a long flight, but it was definitely fun. A little bit boring at times, but I hope that my conversation, anyways, made it fun. Gave lots of things to think about, lots of stuff to chat about. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here. I got a few things to do today, so I will see you guys all on the next stream. Stay safe out there. We'll see you on the VATSIMs, guys, and yeah, have a great rest of your day.